What up? How is everybody doing? How's your day going? I hope it's going good. Let me just close out everything here. There's so many tabs I just don't want to close that it's wild. Like for example, the one tab I've had open the longest is filter blade. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm actually gonna close filter blade because for the most part I have everything loose filter wise under control. So ball can go. Today we are going to be, well, there's a few things we could do. There was a POB from someone on the Summoner Discord I wanted to take a look at because it seems like there's a lot going wrong and we can help fix it. So yeah, let's get that open. Oh geez. POEDB. I remember I opened you. Perfect pain artist. Why would you go for perfect pain artist? Oh, it caused zealotry, that's why. And the nearby allies have plus 30% crit multi. Oh, okay. But the zealotry is kind of trash, right? It's just 12% more. I mean, granted, the more multi is not the worst. And honestly, if I were to incorporate this guy into my POB to replace, who would I replace? Maybe my Frenzy Monkey. It would open up an aura slot to which I can fit something else in, like punishment maybe. No, punishment is a curse rather, so no, not punishment. There aren't really many curses or auras I can use offensively on this build. Like there's haste and there's zealotry and that's it. Can't use hatred sadly. We can look at something like aspect of the spider, but I don't think you can have multiple aspects, so that's a dud. We can't use Skitrian bots or anything like that. It's fine. I think that's all we really need. Thank you for the follow. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you for the follow. I saw this coming. Where is the ban button? Thank you very much. Get the fuck out. Okay, so honestly, I would just say for this kind of POB, just stay away from Midoriya's prototype. It's not worth it. I also would stay away from these rings. This is bad. This is actually bad. Okay, well, let's just do this. For the body armor, we're just gonna go for a generic 6-link body armor with armor. I'll go armor ES just so it's easier to get on. Just so it's easier to get blue sockets. The person would want life on it. Armor life, and I mean this is low budget, so let's just leave life and then just put the reses. So like I don't touch lightning res yet, because if I touch lightning res, I wouldn't know that there's still something somewhere reducing the resistance we're working with. Like this is 66. It shouldn't be 66 unless there is something being reflected or there is a source of negative lightning res. Yeah, this is base. You have melding on. Oh god, that explains so much. Okay, without melding we're overcapped on everything, so we go right back to this chest piece, and instead of going cold fire, we go lightning. We go T1 lightning, and we go chaos. Any tier chaos is fine. Then you want to add the modifier lightning and chaos. Lightning is fine. Now we want to worry about our chaos res, so we craft a bone ring that's gonna satisfy us. We're just gonna use one ring, bone ring. Of course, one life, minion attack speed, because this is cheaper typically, and then chaos res. Then that's it. Craft lightning and chaos res. That's and then you can put stats on your second one. Storm Shroud, I would also just take this off. It's not necessary. These are high budget items. It is so not needed now. Why would you need a writing jar? There shouldn't be a universe where you need a writing jar on the absolution build. I can't think of any situation where you would want it. But like already we've taken the lightning max it and we've gone up. Now for the tree itself, all of this is kind of just awkward. It is just kind of awkward. But I'm gonna, how much we're working on 113 points, okay? £113, which means 10 levels. Okay, so level 90 on auto. All right, so that's what we're working. All right, we're looking for DPS. Even this, I don't know that I'd go for crits just yet. I'll leave it for now. We have this. Do we have bone offering? Do we have a trigger wand? That's also a problem. So fixes on item. Which chest piece to pair with life and res? Switch rings to life and res rings. Bone rings with damage and slash or cast speed is a bonus. Minion, as I wanted to type here. Then tap chaos res. Remove all sources of minus res. What else? This crit is not worth investing in until more currency to spend on gear. What else? What else am I thinking I could fix this build? More max res, because I mean with this addition we have a lot of extra points, right? So there we take this point away too. What I would do, I mean, it's the same thing I did from my. It's the same thing I did for my low budget build. So none of these are needed. At least minimum there. What do we have here? Convocation. Okay, that's good. Offering, that's fine. AoE has been taken somewhere. I mean, it's absolution, so I would stay away from that. Well, this is fine, to be honest. Like, it's just 16%. Who cares? Absolution doesn't use attacks. You might still want some accuracy though, because you're using zombies. Then the life mastery is also not the most worth it anymore. Then yeah. Rework tree, then buy cluster tools. Now we just need to do, honestly, I don't like this. I want this. And if we had to see all of this, unnecessary. Except maybe EB. But like this pathing, completely unnecessary. What is in, where are we spending our points? Flesh and stone, precision. Some of these have to go. Now, why we like tapping when we have Eldritch Battery? Assassin's Mark on Arcanist brand. But that's the only thing the brand is connected to. It's not going to touch these two things. Why not use Arcanist brand, Desecrate, Flesh Offering? And then Assassin's Mark. And why Assassin's Mark? You're dealing with right now lightning. Why not conduct? Okay, I know conductivity is because you're going Dorianis, but like this would essentially be like creating a whole new build because I would have to rework everything. Change length. No. Buy a one with an decent plus 1 or 2 level 1 with space with an open suffix for trigger craft and equip desecrate bone offering in it. Because you're using flesh, you went flesh offering, but then you went mistress of sacrifice. Why? Like you don't really need attack cast speed, really. Switch curse to conductivity. And use pen for your absolution. Like this is useless. It's really not doing anything. Like it's working on the hits you are hitting, not on the minions. So this is just not good. You already have spell echo. Base of lightning is fine because I think I remember them doing like physical base damage and then there's conversion. Yeah, so fist of lightning is fine. But the cluster jewels, we're going to do like we're probably going to spend like at best 5 more minutes on this POB. It's taking too long. At best. Max life. Maybe blessed rebirths on a small cluster jewel. It might be ideal. Or we're gonna make this a 10 passive. And then we're gonna put like dexterity on here. Or minion cast speed. We are out of points. So small, medium cluster jewel. Minion life, blessed rebirths, and max life. Oh wait, no. 4. Yeah, small cluster jewel with I think Amon has it right. Enduring composure. And then max life. I keep forgetting. Minimum amount of passives. Okay. Oh. Where can I save a point from? I really want to get rid of this, but I'll leave it. I guess we just save this point for now. I tried. All right. I am hot. And we are done with that. All right. Now can actually get going. So, a bit of an update. I got a few more tattoos, not too many, but a bigger update on like stuff I've changed is I finally got my mutable 4. So that's what I have here. So now we've switched our Pantheon to the second one. All these are really attractive. I think this one looks really good for me, but we're gonna be trying to make enough currency for lost another Atlas runner. We're gonna be trying to make enough currency for oh yeah, I have spares, never mind. I thought I had a spare here, but I guess I just have to take one from here. You are the most expensive, so you will go in here. And the reason you're going in there, so you have the highest chance of dying.
But they can handle it.
Anyways, okay, everything looks good. Ooh, shipping 10. Farming 8. That one was big. Shipping 10 is huge. That's our 4th 10. So amongst our 9s, who has the highest salary? You, replaced by 10. How do you have a higher salary? Oh, is this? You have a higher salary than the 10s. I have 4 10s now. Now if only I could have more 10s on this, in farming, my life would be good. I think I'm done with 8s here. So then who's the most expensive? 336. Oh god. Oh god. No, fuck that. Fuck that, you're not worth it. You're not worth it, fuck that. You're earning way more than the others and almost basically as much as my 10. Nah. We don't do that here. As for our 9, I need to switch it with the 8s here. Who is the highest paid? You. Slap on the 9 there. And then the 8 comes here. Who is the highest paid? 7. Looks like it's you. Put in the 8s here.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
How do I have an 8 in here? If I have an 8 in here, then I guess I also remove you.
Done. The shipping lanes will
And I
be
guess I
somewhat
remove
safer.
you.
Done. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
And then we don't have space for 8 anymore. Like anywhere. The minimum we have is 8. Alright. It's time for this 8 to go. It's the most expensive 8 I have. 7s obviously have to go too. Gonna release you too. Release and then release. I'm sorry. It is what it is. We run a lean ship. Yeah. The ship is lean. We don't want any extra cost when we don't need it. All right. All right. Let's see what we got. My people have been running 8 mod maps, so because we recently started farming a bunch of them. This is the easiest way to get disenchanting materials, by the way, in case you're wondering. All right. So now that I can actually afford to run my map runners because we just gain a shit ton of currency running T16s and 17s. Like we've invested enough in our build to where we can actually afford to do it. That means I'm going to keep them running. And eventually I might have 2 sets, like 2 different map devices running. As for disenchanting, we have a shit ton of things in here.
Have you got anything for us to disenchant? Onward and upward, as Danig might say. Always a pleasure. Let's make some dust. I'm on it.
I don't understand why there isn't a disenchanting there isn't a chest inside the disenchanter thing.
But the angular momentum.
Let's make some dust. Not bad, not bad. Let's make some dust. Not bad, not bad. Always a pleasure.
Okay, we have an 8 days, 16 hours. Oh wait, I forgot to do something real quick. But yeah, we've switched our Atlas strategy since yesterday, so we can still do harpies. We still have the tree, but I want to give
There's a science at work behind these influences. It may take years to decipher, but I'm on the
I wanted to give 8 mod map farming a go, just so I farm, or not 8 mod map farming, like yes, there's lots of 8 mod map farming in this, but beyond that I wanted to farm T17 maps so that I could run, and then I would use the fragments. I'd sell the fragments. Like here we already have like 3 divines in the fragments, so as you can tell we're making good profits from T17. So this is going to be the main avenue of profit, and we're just going to be getting 8 mod maps on this side with this, or at least that's the plan. Where are toxic sewers? Where's my rejects? I think I created one recently. So I'm going to run a few maps. This ring we're going to replace today. That's the plan. We're also going to look at how much it would take for the impossible escape I want to get. I suspect I should be able to afford it soon, even though this is looking very empty. The reason it's empty is because we bought our second set of scarabs, which we're going to be using next. Pretty much. And then... Okay. I just remembered something important.
Come on
What
in.
was I doing again?
I forgot to send them out. That's what I forgot.
We got shipments need
Oh,
collecting.
I didn't get my ship from them. Ooh, we got a time run. I'll take it. These are worth a divine, so it's always nice to get this. Pretty sure I already have this. By the time I get to that point, I should be able to disenchant uniques. Oh god, I forgot to choose what I wanted to choose. But these are 3 I can run. All right, let's go. We're, as you might expect, we're running map farming strategy, and as such, we're back to blue waters. Sadly, I really wanted to keep going with
Stupid dog, you are chasing your own.
I wanted to keep going with what do you call it? Red altars, was it? You know, actually can't handle delirium, you know. Maybe I should consider using it more. I've never really liked it because it makes me feel like I have to, you know, be in a hurry.
I need more mana.
But now I have the DPS and the speed to kind of be in a hurry. Leather belts, that is fine. Where is this thing? Oh god, we have to deal with a ritual mod. Okay. This thing is actually not getting my YouTube chats. What up, cats? Unending Nightmare gets pretty rough with damage on much near the end of the map. Yeah, yes it does. I personally am not a big fan of Delirium. Delirium just popped up in my map. I tried to avoid it, but my character model is apparently really big, so we still went through the mirror regardless. So I was just like, it's fine. I don't care too much. It's not a part of my strategy. I'm currently doing a T17 map, a T17 map farming strategy. Or at least I'm trying to farm as many T17s as I can so I can then run them and just keep making T17, T16 8 mods into T17s into farming. What the fuck? Nothing here is important, no. We have the nameless here. Hopefully we'll find something good. But yeah, we I don't know if you were here yesterday, Kat. I don't think you were, but we respec this character into the high budget version because I had been crafting the gear over the past. Oh, wait, Widow Hill. Ooh, meh. There you go. What is the road? This is a max road Widow Hill. I'm just now seeing what? Okay. We just made stonks over the nameless here. But yeah, I respect into the high budget version, and the high budget version is tanky AF. Its biggest weakness, I would say, it does have its weaknesses to where it dies occasionally, like once every like X amount of maps, and that's when like I stack negative modifiers on myself. I stack negative modifiers. Maybe it's a dots, like, cause right now I would say our weakest points are probably dots because they just go through they go through a few layers. They go through block, they go through ward, and what else? The funny thing is physical dots aren't even that threatening anymore, because those ones in particular we actually address with our layers. But elemental dots, until we get the impossible escape we plan to then get some max res, we just kind of have to live with the fact that we're just at 75 max res, if that makes sense. And so that is going to be our weak point until we get more max res. And let me try to see if Caster Labs is going to actually get text from my YouTube chat so I can see that in OBS. But if it doesn't, yo, I'm actually switched the way I cast to YouTube. That I think might be the play. Like, honestly, it just might be the play. And then I'm going to make sure I have the application I'm expecting. Okay, cool. My yeah, you're definitely working. Oh, I'm logged out. Why didn't you just tell me oh my lord, we just replaced somebody, didn't we? Bruh. Just give me a second. I'm dealing with Caster Labs right now. It takes forever, by the way. This is all I'm staring at. It just takes forever to load. But it's the way I stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I might consider looking into Restream. I know Restream Restream is the other option I have, and I know I have to pay for it, which is why I was avoiding it. But it might honestly just be, it might have a better service. So I'll probably do some research into that, and maybe I would use that instead. I don't know. Because like half the time, if it just feels like Caster Labs has one issue or the other. The good thing is it never has issues to casting to YouTube. The bad news is it's like getting chat and whatnot. So it has a lot of downtime where it's like it's just not working right now, you know, and it just doesn't show chat. And then I have to use my browser to read YouTube chat, so I don't see Twitch chat at the same time. And you know. Oh my lord, can you open? Like, actually, there's no universe where it's taking this long. Like, can you actually just open? Finally. I had to close it then reopen it before before it actually got me to the point where I can actually log in. So once I do this, okay, we've logged in. Tell me you're gonna work with my YouTube chat again, please. Do you not use OBS? Also, chat was taking a while for me to load when I tuned in, so it might just be YouTube, maybe. But it had me log into YouTube, so I don't think it was in this case. I think it just needed to log in, but it didn't tell me it needed to log in, but it was open in the background. So until I opened it into the foreground, that is when it's like, oh, you're logged out, you may need to sign in again. Which is just awkward, because like you're open in the background. Why would you not just tell me while you are in the background that, oh yeah, you need to log back in? You know, that's kind of like what the pet peeve I have, you know. And yes, I use OBS. I use OBS to stream to Twitch, but then I don't know how to use OBS innately to stream to YouTube at the same time. So I believe this is no, this is actually use OBS to stream to, what is this? How did I do it again? I feel like I'm not entirely sure I remember this, but I think I stream with the plug. Oh yeah, there's a plugin I'm using that uses the stream live to then broadcast to YouTube or something like that. And then I use Caster Lab specifically for the chats. Or it might also just be where the plugin is from. I don't remember entirely. But I don't think it's one and the same. I think Caster Labs is specifically for chats. Because I always have to re-log in to it, but I never have to log into the plugin that I used to stream on YouTube. It never logs out. Nah, this is taking forever, man. And I have to log in again. Yeah, I'm gonna look into restream. I'm done. Like this is annoying me. Like it's actually taking an unnecessarily long amount of time. By the way, this is what I'm just looking at. I closed this, I reopened it, then it had me log in again. And now I get to stare at this again. So hopefully it works. If it doesn't, I'll just read the YouTube chat off YouTube. Like it's not the end of the world. But I don't like having like things in my setup, for example, that I can't rely on. Like imagine if every single time I opened OBS, I wasn't sure if I was getting Twitch chats. Like that would be awkward. Now granted, I always open my YouTube like live stream in the back just so I make sure I don't miss anything in chat, or because I know it can act up, yada yada. And typically I need to open the live stream to even start the stream, you know, edit the name, what I'm doing today, stuff like that. So like I already have YouTube open for that, but like having this that I can't rely on is a problem. So it's an actual problem. So yeah, we'll consider alternatives. Yeah, it's not working. Fuck it. I've closed it. I don't care anymore. I do not care anymore. What do we have here? Destroy. 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 Anything else? Yeah, there's this one more. I doubt you're expensive. Well, I guess you kind of might be. So I'll just put you up for 100 chaos. By the way, look at these. These are pieces of gear I got during on my last boats. This one has T1 perfect roll suppress, intelligence, lightning res, max life, and evasion. Like this is the kind of chest piece you craft. Like this is something you actually craft, and it just dropped for me like this. So I should probably bench craft. You know what? Let's do that. I'm gonna bench craft life and evasion. Or increase evasion, I guess. I guess it's evasion, yes. So any source of extra life. Any sort of extra like flat life would be an asset. But then the life is kind of low roll, to be honest. It's tier 6. Like it's 116 life, so it's nice, but so something like this. Add 18 to life also. So what are we gonna do with a perfectly rolled Widow Hill? What if this was 6 linked? I'm gonna open trade to just price check what exactly it is. A 6 link perfect Widow Hill is going for 6.57. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sell it for around the same price. I'm not 6 linking it. I'm just looking at the price like other non 6 links are, which is like 6 div. 6.4 divines. All right, next map, and I think this is the last one for our current set of Scarabs. We also go domination here. Where is domination? There we go. But anyways, cats, as I was saying, we respec this build into the high-end version, and as you can see, I'm having a blast with it. It feels so good. It actually feels so good. Yo, am I lagging? It felt like they were kind of behind me or something, and that typically only happens when the server is kind of desynced and it's trying to play catch up. I think for this layout, we just keep going left. So yeah, again, sure. The only thing I'm considering adding to this build is some regen, like some non-leech regen, that is. Because right now, all our recovery is linked to leech, and we have no issues right? But the problem is... let's say there's nothing to hit. I find that I'm not going to go back to full life. Whereas I could just spend a point, slap it into... what's the name of this thing? I could spend a point and slap it into Zealot's Oath, and suddenly Oak's Vitality is giving me ES. Or, alternatively, I could go for the mastery that says regenerate 2% of your ES per second. And that would also help. Okay, die. But yeah, in the course of like, I think 20 maps running this T17 farming strategy, I realized, well, in the In the first like 10 maps, I realized like I just couldn't do red altars with it. I tried, it just wasn't gonna pan out that way. The only mod I really hate sticking for like player gains is the one that reduces your mana recovery when you have endurance charges or something like that. That one is a pain because it stops me from using bone offering, and without bone offering my block layer is, you know, not complete. Thank you for the follow, Danny. How you doing? Okay, there we go. Our first T17 of the stream. And hopefully many more where that came from. Woohoo! I almost died there. What mods do I have? I have negative PDR, negative cold res, negative lightning res, phase damage as extra, chilled ground, shock ground, reduced recovery rates. That's the mod I'm talking about. That's the mod that stops me from blocking as much as I would want to. That's the only mod that I have that, you know, fucks me up. Other than that, I'm kind of chilling. And honestly, for that mod in particular, there's a universe where I can switch steel skin for immortal call, and with it eating my endurance charges, I should be able to regen life. Okay, this showed up. It has trash life. Yeah. How much currency do I have, like raw currency? Not much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sell these books, 25 CA pop. $100/4. Anything that's cheap and hasn't sold already, I'm gonna get rid of it. It's time to create some space. Some of these things haven't had the chance to like be on the market longer, but I don't care. Okay, let's showcase I don't want to showcase a T17 just yet because I still have stuff I need to liquidate, or I should say I just don't have liquid currency. Let's open Pure Wealthy Exile and let's find the things I can sell. Well, an easy source of chaoses is to actually sell the main export of T17. So, you know, these things. So this is 1.2 per, so that's 2.4, 3.6. I want to sell it 5 for 6. Or better still, let me see what prices look like on TFT. It's increased rarity, increased damage, increased AS. Okay, so TFT want to sell bulk fragments. That's the channel I need to go to. Um, I guess fragment is not the right one to sell channel A. What are they called? Yeah, they're called fragment. So fragment is the entire tab. So is this, it's not sets either. Baldos. I guess it is. Let me see what people are pricing in the bulk fragment want to buy. Meh. I'ma just bulk sell on freaking thing. But I'm gonna wait till I have 5 in any case. Then I'm gonna put like, I can do 4 for 5 divines. Because 4 would be 4.8. So let's do that. Let's do that. And we're just going to run a Ziggurats that ideally has decent mods for us. I don't care about Taunt, don't care about Poison. Nice, I like the rare monsters. Maven, I don't care. Enfeeble, Crits, unideal, but Crits is unideal to be honest. And the reason Crits is unideal is because my minions are in danger with Crits. Because they can and will be critting my minions, and that is that gets spicy. But I actually haven't tested a crit map, so let's go. We'll test out the crit map. And this is going to have domination. This, everything looks good. Map farming strats. Let's go. I want you all to see just how many maps we drop here, because I've only run one T17 map as a, oh no, I've only run one T17 map as a part of this strategy. So like I don't have a baseline on how many maps I expect except that one. But in that one, I dropped a shit ton of maps. Like it was a disgusting amount. Like I had an inventory full of maps pretty much. But yeah, let's see.
When I'm ready and not before.
Give yourself to the void.
I need more mana.
Be healed and fight on. Life is so brutal. Take this vitality boon. Give yourself to the void.
I've also not been brave enough to really touch altars all that much. So for the most part, I haven't been touching like blue altars in T17s. But I do once I kill the boss. That's when I start messing around with. Oh no, there's a corpse explode mob inside here. Oh god. Oh god, that's gonna be fun. You know what it is? I think it's that big one that's chasing me. I'm literally just running away from the DD. Like that's all I'm doing right now. Where are you at?
Take this vitality boon.
Yeah, it's
Take this vitality boon.
this guy.
Feel your life fade away. Take this vitality boon.
Either way, the person that was exploding corpses is dead. I saw a strong box here.
Mortal flesh is so fallible.
Did I miss anything here? Because I'm probably not coming back anyway I have been. Okay, no. All right.
Take this vitality boon. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Give yourself to the void.
Oh, there's a Brutus. So there's Brutus in this map.
This vitality
There's like
life is so brittle.
there's Brutus. There is I don't know the name of that mob,
Vitality boon.
but it's kind of like a Roa except it's a boss of a map.
Fight on.
Okay, let's just
Is so brittle. Be healed and fight on.
this thing.
Give yourself to the void.
The
When I'm ready.
oh, and then there's Vol.
Vitality boon.
We got all the bosses basically.
Mortal flesh is so fallible.
Oh look, the boss area.
I need more
Take
mana.
this vitality boon.
But yeah,
Death will never come.
Be healed and fight on. Mortal flesh is so fallible.
I need to remember to use my Vow haste when I can. I always forget to, and it's actually decent DPS boost for me.
Vitality boon.
Your soul burns for me.
None resist my entropy.
Kulamak,
Take this vitality boon.
mortal.
Mortal flesh is so
Feel death's
fallible.
grip.
None resist my entropy.
Your soul burns for me.
Take this
Give
vitality
your
boon.
soul to me.
I always die. There's always literally like at one point in this fight I always manage to die, and I don't know how I'm so consistent in it, but it always happens.
Take this vitality boon.
Me. Kulamak,
Give yourself to the void. Life is so brittle. Be healed and fight on.
your soul burns for me.
Ironically, you see those skeletons?
To me.
I'm really not worried about them.
Kulamak,
Like I'm not worried about these skeletons that
grip. More
she summons. I'm more worried about
Flesh is so fallible.
like sources of damage over times rather than those tiny skulls that should be the death of most characters. Okay, now I can click altars without a care in the world. And honestly, I'm impressed because my minions didn't die. I honestly thought they would die a lot, like they'd be more prone to dying. All things considered, you know, with crit and everything, but they pull through.
Vitality boon.
Player gains, sure.
vitality boon. Mortal flesh is so fallible.
I need more mana.
This layout is so weird though. It's hard to not backtrack. Like,
Take this vitality boon.
I actually find it very hard to not backtrack in Ziggurat.
The heroes can fight on.
Maybe once I'm done with this map, I'm actually going to just fully explore everywhere to see what the map layout looks like and how I would go about not backtracking, you know.
Take this vitality boon. Give yourself to the void. Mortal flesh is so fallible. Take this vitality boon.
Okay, I think we're done. I doubt there is any section of the map I haven't currently explored. Okay, so with this in mind, okay, here. It's basically if from the entrance, all I do is go in one direction, I will end up at the map regardless. Same thing for here. If I just kept going right, well, I guess I would eventually have to go left. But then I end up at the boss. So just keep going in one direction and end up at the boss. That's the quickest way too. And in theory, it should always be the right side. So just follow the right side and you get there shortest. Or easiest. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. And then from there, I just have to take it in maybe a square approach. Like, I wouldn't have explored here or here. So maybe I then go right, left, clear here, straight. Then, Iggy-san, welcome. What is my support Spectre setup? I have a perfect warlord and a frenzy monkey in the race Spectre ring, pretty much. So if I went in a square here, completed the center, I still haven't explored here, so go in another square, go like this. But then there's no backtracking. You have to backtrack on this map. I can't think of unless I maybe if I went some weird direction that was suboptimal for getting to the boss ASAP and, you know, beating that, maybe I could then create some path that would not backtrack. But for the most part, I think you just have to backtrack. Yeah. We only have 2 support specters, which is the warlord for providing endurance charges and the frenzy monkey for providing frenzy charges. He also provides a vitality aura. I'm gonna try something. Oh wait, I'm gonna try something, which is you are not needed. So I'll put a point in here and I'll see how it feels. Is the onslaught call specters not better than the frenzy for with a nerf to them for minions? Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna pull up POB. I'll use my character. So if I turn off frenzy charges, we can check together. This is 19.8 DPS. I turn it off, it's 16.9. Then I turn on onslaught. It's not even close. Now they come with Colin, so that's, you know, that's big. But I already have Colin in my ring. Like, my ring has Colin strike already, so it's not more than my current setup. If I were to remove my Colin strike and I were to replace that with, what could I replace it with that would be significant? Only thing I can think of is increased AoE, and increased AoE is because that's just to increase Oak's range when he, you know, screams. So you have a higher likelihood of being hit by the endurance, by his cry when he's, you know, doing his thing. That would be the only thing I would consider replacing Calling Strike with, and then introducing him. But that would still just be lower DPS than the current setup. Yo, low key, I am really looking forward to this getting to level 5. Is it level 5 in game? No, it's not yet. It's almost there. We need to just keep it up. Once this hits level 5, speaking of hitting level 5, once it hits level 5, then I can then proceed to getting Unnerve, and Unnerve is actually a big DPS multi too. Because it's just, what is it? How many percent? I think like 20% increased damage taken. Something like that. What am I clicking? Sometimes my brain just don't work. 8 mods. I want to get at least one more 8 mod that fits my rejects. So where's my rejects? Give me a second. Let me pull it up. That's the one. Where's my toxic sewers? These sewers that are toxic. Oh, cool. Take that one. And we should also go fill this up. But yeah, I don't know if you saw the T17 run, but I think right now we're chilling. We still have changes to make. I just need to get raw currency for that. And now I think we can just fully upgrade this. Rug is done. Everything is almost done. These are the only 2 that are left. You need a mountain rune. That's, I think I have more than a few. Oh, wrong one. I need a mountain rune. I'm probably gonna need a time rune. And I'm probably gonna need the power rune. Oh god, do I really need to do this? This is like 3 divines I'll be throwing down the drain. Maybe if I get a spare power rune, because I don't plan on using it. Or anything of the sorts. I just want to upgrade. I just want to upgrade my town. PS, this power rune actually got in shipment yesterday, so it was like, it's the first ever power rune I am getting from my ships.
Using the power rune. It's a symbol only for use by true artificers.
Yeah. So now we have the full table, even though the reality of this table is it's terrible for minions. I hate it. I hate it so bloody much. Because if you look at it, the only things minions get, and specifically on 1 because that's the only that matters. This is all we get. And as you can see, the latest rune we have is like Sun rune. We don't have any journey rune enchants. At best, we have like level to minion. But that's not on ones. That's on staffs. Staffs also gain higher increased damage multis. So like ones just got left in the dust. There's nothing that ones do. But then there's no reason why you would ever run a staff. It just don't make sense. So they left us in an awkward spot. Okay, let's get another spare runner. You are the most expensive 8. No, you are. Yeah.
Done.
Throw you in there.
It's
No.
dangerous work, but they can handle it.
No. I lost my level 10 map runner. No wonder they're dying. The chances have gone up. I'm seeing 11% now. No. Okay, we're gonna keep you off until we're able to figure out the replacements. That I think is the way forward. Yep, the seer came true. I mean, you don't always find a perfect Widow Hill, so I can't complain about the seer. But like, why did you have to die? You tier 10. Like, it's I don't come about y'all that frequently, tier 10s. So to see the tier 10 just die, it's sad.
I need more mana.
I think I had 2 tier 10s and they're both dead. Maybe the goal is to just get like a full stack of 10s. That way, if you have a full stack of 10s, then maybe all your maps except maybe purple maps would have a 1% chance of death, because I hear that's the baseline. And if that was the case, then it just may be possible that 1 in 100 maps you replace someone, but every 100 maps you should be able to find spare 10s. You know, I was so scared he had the detonate mod. What up, Arcane? Welcome. How you doing? We went left, so we need to keep going left. Don't get baited by the right, keep going left. Yikes. Why did you have to open now? I have a ghosted boss to deal with and I have to deal with. And it doesn't matter really. I lost a minion in all that chaos. I haven't know what killed it. I have no idea what killed it. But they are low health, so they just ate too much damage. But now they can leech up. They are full health again. Sierra dropped the relic. Oh, nice! Congrats. How much is the Ralakesh going for? Is it expensive? Eight divines. Nice, congratulations. I had a seer a few maps back and he dropped something similar. He dropped a perfectly rolled Widow Hill. So I just basically got what is it? 6-ish, 7-ish divines. It wasn't ooh. What you're about to run? Desecrate. Bone Offering. Out. Spell Echo out. Frostbearer, take that. Bone Offering. I like how we spell Echo. I can't cast this. Nice. We're gonna go unique here. Need to get my desktop to test it. Crawlers are the chaos damage ones that you compared to bones, yeah? By the way, Arcane, how has your map farming been going? Mine has been going decently well. I think I have 9 right now, and I've used 2 so far, I think. 2, yeah, so I've gotten 11 out of my first 20. Now I'm my second 20, so we'll see if I get any more. Thank you. That's probably just fusions right there. Oh, nice. Map's chance to duplicate. Take it. Is there a universe they put a tree on top of the same thing that's spawning the monsters? They put the tree on top of the thing that's spawning the monsters. Yo, that is wild. Imagine if I didn't have damage. That'd be the end of that tree. Can tell you that much. What the fuck is this? Oh, you're an ES base? Yeah, I think this is. Well, I saw that it is.
I need more mana.
Oh, there's a wretch defiler in here. I always get very fond memories whenever I run into wretch defilers. It's like, I still like them. Like, I was so sure I was gonna league start a. I was so sure I was gonna league start wretch defilers. Then I found out the Frostbearers were back, and I'm like, I didn't get to play them during Crucible, mostly because I didn't like how they were hyped, so I just didn't engage with them. Let's say. Plus, I wasn't big into like pure Spectre builds back then either, and I wasn't like as much of a build creator either. So like, but since I started creating like my own builds and all of that, I've come to appreciate the design space that Spectres provide, because otherwise there really isn't much happening for minions. Like, Spectres are where you'd get your variety of different minion playstyles, you know. But when you with regular minions, you're literally just looking at a Zoomancer setup or a Zoomancer setup or maybe even a Zoomancer setup, and that gets old. That gets very old. Like, it is probably one of the most efficient, like, you know, builds out there for like per chaos, per divine, yada yada spent. You get probably the most amount of money from it, right? So like, I'm not really debating that. It's just I don't find playing the same thing fun. And I've played enough skeletons. I had like poison skelly mages at some point, which I think that build idea was quite interesting. I was way worse of a build creator back then. I learned a lot from that build. That was, I think, one of my first builds. and I just wanted I wanted to try it out. And I was able to do T16s and everything. Like I couldn't complain. I wasn't juicing content or anything. I didn't know as much as I did about like defenses or anything like that back then. I definitely couldn't like put, if you were to ask me to push that build back then to like where this build is right now, I definitely couldn't. Even if it's like, even if like, you know, scaling mages hard peak at some like a lower value in terms of damage or yada yada, I couldn't give you this, I couldn't come up with this level of, let's say, defense at all. Like I didn't know what I could do. Oh great. You know, and that's probably DD. That one right there was probably DD, and it was probably a high HP mob too. I hate DD so much. There's apparently a T17 mob that's DDs, and it's like ODD animation, so you don't get the opportunity to like see the, you know, the warning. And apparently like last season it was locked to Abomination as a map itself, and then, you know, this league they decided to open the floodgates, so instead of being locked to Abomination, you get to face it everywhere. Like all the sources of Detonate Dead have actually made me consider just getting like a source of corpse destruction, but I don't think I could.
I need more mana.
Get me the fuck away from that. That's an easy way to lose your perfect warlord too. Just heads up, don't do it. Okay. Yeah, the revenants are in every T17 map now. Yeah, like that is not good. I'm bulk selling normal maps as well. I have gotten 26 in about 40. Oh, 26 T17s. Nice. Congrats. 4 Forbidden Tomes. There you go. Where's number 4? I want to bulk sell corrupted maps too. I have a bunch of them that I can't run, so why are people suddenly trying to get my 4? Ugh. Do you also notice sometimes when you control right click to like push all your currency into your tab, it just doesn't respond, or it's just lagged out. It's like that's what happened there. It just wasn't responding until like 5 seconds later, then it just went. What did I just put in my backpack? Something rooted me in place and I'm not sure what it is. Oh, there's a tribal queen in here. I was like, who on earth is doing that? Then I realized there was a tribal queen. I remember when I was playing around with that Spectre. That Spectre is trash. Just a heads up. It is garbage, garbanzo. It is as awful as you can. Because like it's not only is its damage weird to where it doesn't benefit from cast speed because it shoots it. All it does is shoots that pool of lava, and the pool of lava, I'm not entirely sure it overlaps if I remember correctly. So you just have a case where you're hoping it shoots it, you know, in a widespread manner, and it doesn't shoot off too often. And not only that, its AI is just terrible. It walks around more times than it doesn't, and when it's not walking around, sometimes it's just not shooting. If you run that Spectre, you know, I feel sorry for your mental health. You're going through stuff.
How goes the adventure?
There we go.
Legendary Forge of Kingsmarch.
Everything is upgraded, fully upgraded, fully upgraded, fully upgraded, fully upgraded, fully upgraded, fully upgraded,
Just a little tighter.
fully upgraded. Completes and completes. So yeah, we're done with Kingsmarch. We no longer have to spend a dime of gold on anything except let's say dime of gold. The fuck, we don't have to spend any more gold on anything except recruiting and of course maintenance. Yo, I am hot. That's how I'm doing. Oh, okay. Turn on the fan. Let's just cool down. I'm good. Because if you don't, we def are. Why do you have fractured? Why did Rez's fractured? Oh, Ralakesh. Oh yeah, you sent me the screenshot. That's the seer, right? All right, where were we? We were on the last map with this set. Then we're gonna try to find more. By the way, how are you selling your bulk maps? Is it on TFT?
When I'm ready, not before.
I guess we're going right this time. Don't tell me it's on. Yo, this bug again. It's literally, it keeps spawning the tree right on top of the thing that spawns the monsters, and I don't understand why they would even do this as a thing. Like, I'm so happy I never saw it like league start, because I would have been pissed. Because like I was already fed up about the, just in case it has explode. We keep going right, not left. If you ever wonder how to clear temple, no, not toxic sewers without backtracking, you just keep going one direction. So if you go left from the entrance, just keep going left. Every intersection, go left. Just keep going left, and you will end up in. Mine aren't corrupted like yours, so I just do it on trade. Yeah, I mean, I bulk sell regular maps when I wasn't farming these corrupted 8 mods, but then I wanted to farm 8 mods, so here we are.
Your mana.
So I'm gonna have to sell it on TFT. I don't know that too many people farm toxic sewers except, like, you know, blighters. But any map they can't run, I'm just gonna give it to my map boys. Because that's the current plan. So I need to make sure we have an elite squad of mappers ready, and an elite squad on the bench ready to be targeting at any moment, just so we have no downtime and we do not get full on maps, because we will get full on maps in like literally all I need to do is run like 3 tier, I say 3, like 2 tier 17s, and my toxic sewers would be full. Yo, I love the speed shrine so much. Like, it is such a fun shrine. I don't know why this isn't more common. Like, look at how fast I can go, and this is even my max speed because I have phase run on. So like, this is phase run. I love it so much. Like, look at this. This is mage blood speeds. Yeah, I think this is actually speed cap, low key. All right, let's use the rejects again and let's get some more maps. You know what I want to do? I don't know how this map performs. Like, I'm in toxic sewers. I don't know how this map performs, but it also drops ziggurat, so I'm considering ping-ponging with underground sea. Like, there's jungle valley, which is abomination, but I don't know that I want to run abomination either. Let me see. What fragments does abomination drop? Reality, that's expensive. Synthesizing is cheap. Blazing is, I think blazing is cheap too. Yeah, I think blazing is cheap. So only reality and abomination is expensive, whereas with ziggurats, two out of the 3 are expensive. You know what? I'm going to try on underground sea. I do have one. I'm just gonna see the layout. So we're gonna run 4 regular ones and 1 underground sea. We're gonna start with the underground sea. Oh, toxic sewers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I already took those ones. And then maps 8 mod. This has negative res. Because I really want to, I'm going to run this map. It doesn't have good mods. Like, it cannot regen, and it has minus max res. So this is how I just need to swap this in, and I should be fine. Like, this just makes it so I actually regen mana. Oh, this is underground sea. No, I don't think I'm a big fan of underground sea. Oh, I was like, is this a cooldown map? Then because I forgot that it had the mana thing.
When I'm ready.
So I'm going to try to approach it like I do toxic sewers, in that I'm going to go in one direction and try to stick to the edge. But I feel like that would leave the middle unexplored, but we'll see. So far, it doesn't seem half bad. One thing though is that fighting the boss here is probably going to be annoying. Like, it might be out of the way. versus fighting it in toxic sewer where it's on the path, so I just kill it naturally. I want to kill the boss because it gives me, it's gonna drop maps. It has a higher chance of dropping it has a higher chance of like dropping, I think, maps. It has a higher chance of dropping scarabs, at least that I'm sure of, the scarab part.
I need more mana.
Not to mention I still haven't gotten to the boss yet, which means if this was, if I had dropped many altars, there's a good chunk of them that would still have the boss modifier on them.
Bring the beast in my sights, Exile. First one to look upon this camp.
I'm getting to the point where I might start hiding some fractures, unless it's like on a good base. Oh, it's also Merveil. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, it's not ideal. You have animations. If I were to do this map, I'd probably ignore the boss. You see what I mean? This is why you should ignore the boss. Oh god. Game is teleporting me.
You have been captured. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled. You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Okay. See, now we're done with the edges, and there actually isn't much in the insides to cover. Did I just see Seer? No, I didn't. Okay. I mean, it's not that bad. I don't like the boss. Chill Viking, what up? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Oh, Franco, you're Chill Viking. Welcome. How is the mapping going? Map is going pretty good. I was just testing out the map for my map farming strategy, and I basically wanted to see how Underground Sea would feel like in terms of how to clear, because I'm thinking of potentially ping-ponging it with Toxic Sewer, seeing as they drop the same T17 map, and that is the only T17 map I pretty much want to farm. But at the same time, I think my ping-pong with Toxic Sewers should just be Ziggurats. Like, I just go to T17, I will get a shit ton of Toxic Sewers, and then I just farm more Ziggurats. Not Ziggurat, oh, we're done with that map that had the bad mod, so we can switch away from that. But yeah, that has been the what up, Kat? What's are you question marking? I'm also considering if it's just not worth it for me to even please don't be explode.
I need more mana.
Oh god, don't scare me like that. Yo, the fear I feel in my heart when I see explode. Like, not even like detonates. The word detonates. Oh god. Oh, there's a revenant on this map. Oh, there are revenants. Please, I don't have the energy. Oh, I got debated. I got debated and I started going to the right. I should have. Actually, this is what debated me. So yeah, this is where I should have gone. But yeah, the current strategy is just... Oh, that was a big boom. There must have been a lot of goats things there. Worst thing about Dune is I frequently bug the boss out and freeze him in his transition phase, so he gets stuck frozen and can't die. Wait, what? That's a thing? So if he gets frozen during his transition phase, he just isn't... Even when he gets unfrozen, he's just not going to... Nice. Even when he gets unfrozen, he is just not going to respond to anything. Like, does he just stand still, or is he constantly fighting but not phasing? So yeah, all the gold we get from now on is going to be spent on re-rolling basically employees for our town. Okay, we're done with the map. I don't know if the freeze is why, but he's basically not moving anymore. That's an interesting bug. That's an interesting bug, huh? That'd be annoying though. I guess you just accept the fact that you're not going to... Maybe try to report it on the like bug reports, is it forum for PoE, and maybe it's get addressed. Maybe that's the way forward. Maybe Dunes is just not for your build until it gets addressed. But that is such a weird boss, or bug rather. I just need to keep going left and I'll be fine. Why is this show? I'm pretty sure I turned off 6 socket recipes and whatnot. So why is that item showing? You know what I'm gonna do? Map shop have a chance to duplicate. Nice. Hopefully we duplicate it 217. But I'm going to go back here. I'm gonna figure out why the fuck is this showing? You know what I think it is? I'm open filter blade, but I assume it's because it has a high level fizz mod, and in that case there's just not much I can do. But I want to make sure that that is the singular reason why, and that there really is nothing I could do. No, it's not. It's fucking 6 socket 5 link. I disabled this shit. The hell? Is it because I switched it to very strict that it got re-enabled? What the hell? Yeah, it has 114 changes. The fuck? You shouldn't be showing. I made sure I removed you early on, like a long while ago.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Approach, challenger.
There's a revenant here. I just need to keep my eyes peeled for revenants so they don't pop a corpse on my minions, because I don't want to resummon. Or better still, all I have to do is just not backtrack all that much, and they should have a hard time corpse explode. I should have a hard time dying to it at least. I say this, but then I proceed to backtrack permanently. Oh. How many are you? 17, 12. So this I did not vet. It has less recovery rate of life and ES. I didn't vet this one. It was just the first thing I picked up, I think. Let me put up a post on TFT for selling maps, just so it's out there and people can start picking up the things that I'm not gonna run. Want to sell softcore, a mod, B16s, toxic sewers, city square, C random. Or how much do they pay for rejects? 12. And then if you want just one random 8 mods, I can give as cheap as they come. Because I think those are the only two I have that are like significant numbers. I have 191 maps already. Yo, that is insane. I also have Jungle Valley. I should have Jungle Valley here. Because Jungle Valley is directly tied to toxic sewers. My Discord is being slow. This is a message I do not want to have to retype at any point, so I'm just going to send it to myself so I have it. By the way, how much liquid cash do we have? We have 103. Let's open up Wealthy Exile. Open up Wealthy Exile. We're gonna see where we can get some chaos from. I'm gonna sell 2 of my fracturing shards, I think, for chaos. How many shards for a divine? 4. That means X5. That's 5 divines per frac. No, that's not worth it for me. Per chaos, it is 41. I will sell 2. Okay, we have some liquid cash now. Let's just go on trade. POE.sale. We are looking for a bone ring that has minion cast, bruh, I can't type, cast speed. It needs to also have attack speed. Yeah, minion damage increased and energy shield, as well as there was one more affix it's supposed to have. I just don't remember what it is, because I can remove this and I'm still capped on res. I might want slightly more, maybe cold and lightning res, but that's fine. It doesn't, I don't really need res right now. What I do need is an open prefix. You know what I should do? Count. It needs one of these, and it's either an op prefix. It either needs one empty prefix or one crafted prefix modifier. I wish I could put that is not maximum shield, but I really don't want, like, this is good, but it has minus 12 to ES. I don't want mirrored. That's another thing. Mirrored, no. No. So a divine for this. I would, let's use weighted sum. This would always be nice to have. I guess this all should be in a weighted sum, huh? Okay, I'm gonna just put, I want to use optional. I'm gonna use weighted sum efforts. Weighted sum, I don't know what version 2 is, but minion life. So like this is fine. Let's do 1430. Let's just see how much it is. It's probably gonna be expensive. I'm okay with the divine. And this is alright. But I don't like you. You know what the priority should be? The priority should be maximum. Yes. Honestly, how much I'm going to be spending on it? 2.5 divines. 42 to max ES. Minion life. Damage. Attack cast speed. And then everything else is exorbitantly priced as expected. Because I want to change... I would then change this prefix into... What's the name of the other prefix? Minus... whatever. I forget the name. My brain ain't working. I'm sorry. Okay, let's do this. Trade... Now go into bulk. My goodness, am I dumb? Also going to remove bulk gems from this and just do bulk items. We're going to be selling these at 1.2. I would put like 3 points whatever, but the truth of the matter is I can't do like 3.6 over 3 because this doesn't let you use decimal and fraction at the same time. I mean, I get why, but so you either just have to have enough to where you can get that fraction with whole numbers, or you just list it one at a time and hope someone knows it's in bulk and is willing to pay. Anyways, hopefully that sells sooner rather than later. Then if I sell like 2 of them, I should be chilling. DMAG. Okay, that's the reject, right? Let's see. City Square is... No, okay. That's the wrong area. That's not a lot. He had 6, right? 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 6. How much was I even charging to get? I don't fucking remember. That didn't have quant, so 12. 12 times 6. Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Invites. Invites. Okay, Veneer is the person we're trading to. I'm sorry. It's gone. What is 0.6 of a divine? 94. Yo, this... $94C. It's 0.6. Thank you. Now, who else is pinging me? Realities are gone, I'm sorry. But yeah, they fly off the shelf. So yeah, this is why Ziggurat is so attractive to me. Valdo's puzzle boxes. Okay, come. I just want to trade, but I mean, I wanted liquid cash, so I won't complain. 0.9 is 140, which means 16C change. I'll have 16C just in case they don't bring change. Okay. Thank you. We have currency. Very liquid. All right. Do I really not want the ring that has res? I guess I'm going to remove that. I don't need minion or res, but this is attractive. This is also good. This is what we were looking at before. The reason I say it is I could easily get lightning and cold crafted on, well, not crafted because I plan to use it, but I could easily do, ooh, no, this is 5D. This is 5. What's the problem with this one? There is no problem, actually. It's just that it has dexterity when I would like minion life. But this has minion life, so they'd be tankier. They'd be less prone to death. Let me check my POB real quick. I think this is the last time I haven't really pulled this recently. But using these numbers, yeah, they are hard overcapped on res, so res isn't an issue. I don't care for their res. I care for their life. If I can get good life, like this is a good ring. Fuck it, I'm gonna go for it. Oh, you're AFK. God damn it. Oh, 2.5, yeah? 0.5 is 78. 70 what now? Yeah, 78. Okay. 20, 40, 60, 18. All right. We can close this. Now let's make sure all chats are visible to my eyes so I don't miss any messages if anything comes in. Oh, that's some. Oh yes, thank you very much. So now minions are just tankier. Oh, I was like, where on earth did the thing go? Mana. We're going for -7. And then, just for good measure, because why not? We're going to do this until we have perfect. There we go. And the next step, honestly, I might as well just give speed catalyst it. It's just free cast speed. It's just free cast speed. So now our shield has gone up a bit because of the flat ES, which is just really good. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. But then the question is, what is the catalyst for speed? I wish check it out here. Resistance attribute, speed accelerating. All right. How much are accelerating catalyst going for per chaos? 1 to 1, 1 to 2. Okay, I have no issues with that. 25. Let's do that. And for the resistance portion, I'm gonna do it for my amulets. You are res. No, you are attributes. You are res. Prismatic. Oh God. 11 a pop. So if I did 10, how many chaoses do I have? Okay, I have enough. 10 is 140. So if I did 20, that's 280. I shouldn't need up to 20, so I'm gonna do 15. And the ratio is, I'm doing that at 11, so we're not doing this. 190 is what ratio? 180. 160. Yeah, we'll go for this one. I'm not spending that amount of money. All right. Again, you are not supposed to confuse me, so don't. I'm gonna just throw you in there. Are there any 8 mod maps that are full? Jungle Valley has a few, City Square has a few. You are the closest to being full, so I need to sell the Toxic Sewers ASAP. Like, I think that is my biggest thing. I forgot you were freaking unique. So of course. Holy shit. A, I didn't know that would happen if you click here. B, that was a mistake entirely. What the fuck was that? Oh, it was a table because I was crafting. Okay. So we are 100 and 120. But the important ones are 100 and... Yeah, 100 and 120. So cold and lightning. So it means we don't get too low into the negatives after the first negative shrine. So we're in a better spot. Yeah, that's a funny picture, Arcade. It literally looks like Hillock is posing. Like, you know, he's there, he's smiling for the camera and everything. You know, just chilling with my homies, pretty much. Nice Dawnbreaker, by the way. That's funny. Well, at least I find it entertaining. Okay, next map. So we fixed the ring. Now that we fixed the ring... Oh. An aura turned off. What turned off? You... Where's regular haste? You turned off. Okay, we're all off. Oh, this used to give mana. Oh, that's not good. So this had like almost 20 extra mana to cast with, while this one is removing 7 mana. This is more DPS though. That one is a lot more DPS. We'll see. Because the whole goal of that enchant is to make Bone Offering more economical to cast. But at the same time, it also makes Phase Run take less and Steel Skin take less. Because currently, they were like the biggest pain points in the build where sometimes you'd... What was that? I felt like I was lagging. I also feel like I'm more zoomed in than I should be. Is it just me? I feel zoomed in right now. Who knows? Who knows? Fucking corpse explode. 2 minions fucking dead. Thank you. Thank you. Just what I needed. What I bloody needed. I hate corpse explode so much. The ironic thing is they can actually survive it if they have stacks of... If they already have stacks of like Soul Eater, they can survive it. but I don't think I had stacks of Soul Eater there. So in the typical situation where I die to it, they typically shouldn't. The DD people are in this map. No, it's not about the DD people being in this map. It's the Scarabs.
I need more mana.
How do I put it? It's a combination of the Scarabs because basically, this is the easy way to break it down. Anything that says difficult and rewarding monsters is basically telling you that it's gonna throw T17 mobs in there. So these packs are going to have T17 packs. And I'm also running this one, which also makes it so T17 monsters would be there. So it's not like like this map specifically has DD. But it's just I'm getting unlucky with the monsters like it's pulling from T17 and I keep getting bloody revenants. But when you run as many maps as I do, I guess you're bound to run into revenants. No matter what.
When I'm ready and not before.
I hate DD, man. It is such an unfair mechanic. And you would think, oh, they said they made improvements to DD as a whole to where like basically they fix every mob that did DD to have the timing and everything. But somehow, despite everybody from the PoE hardcore community complaining that this is just, you know, they don't see how T17s would be playable in like non-necropolis seasons because of losing all flames, you would think, oh, if they are saying this is definitely a monster which should definitely get its thing right because it's T17. We're already working on T17s. It's a no-brainer to work on it. You know, we're already here, right? We're fiddling around with it. But no, they didn't. I don't know if they forgot, if it just wasn't priority, no idea. But I mean, granted, it hasn't even been a problem for me because like I'm typically not one person. I'm not someone who grinds T17s. I'm very happy with staying in T16s and farming up currency and playing builds like that. That is my typical that's typically how I play, you know. I don't care for T17s all that much. But now that I have this character that's just unnecessarily strong and I spent an insane amount on it, I might as well just farm T17s, and so here we are. We're in a situation where we are inviting T17 mobs into our maps so we can get more rewards and yada yada. And of course that means we're exposed to the revenants a whole lot more. Yippee. I guess they might be. Oh, they most definitely are. If you haven't noticed them, then it's because you're keeping them frozen permanently. But they are most definitely in your maps. I just don't have any source of like you shatter your corpses with Herald of Ice and yada yada. I don't shatter my corpses. Like some do, but I'm no longer going crit. So even you see this journey was good. I shatter some, but very few because I'm using I give up on crits. I'm no longer critting, which means that their chance to freeze is at an all-time low. Like literally, we're looking at this. We have a 31%, but this is with Frostbite. I'm not always casting Frostbite. If I turn this off, then we have no chance to freeze. Where's Frostbite?
Turn Frostbite off, and it's gone. 8% chance to chill, which is to freeze, which is because of our crits. Why is our crit so high? What the fuck? Oh, because of zealotry. Yeah, so that there you have it. I have an 8% chance to freeze. 31 if they're cursed. Can you tank that explosion? No. Nobody can tank DD with well, it depends. If the corpse has high enough health, then DD can do infinite damage. Literally, there is no cap to DD's damage. It scales based off of health. So let's say you kill a boss that actually has life, or you're in a map that has more monster life, and there's a boss there that already should have a lot of health, and they pop that mob, there is no amount of defenses you would have, unless, I don't know if DD is blockable, is the only thing. But if save you don't somehow mitigate the hits, you know, you're gonna die. Even if you suppress it, you suppress a million damage, you're still gonna die, you know. Because the damage is based off of how much health the enemy has. Or not the enemy, the corpse rather. How much health the corpse has. All right. Where will we? All right, we just keep going left. We'll touch this at the end. Ah, or is he burn? I see DD, but I don't know that's a revenant. Thank you for the movement speech, Ryan. I appreciate you. All I need now from you is to not bring any DD mobs into this map, and we're having a good time. You hear me, POE? What's this? Where's the shrine? Yo, guess what item this is? This 4 divine I'm about to sell. This is the second item that I got from my shipment. So this came from my boats. 4 divines. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we just have this one to sell. This, and it will sell. That is the one that has the sketchiest price, where I'm not entirely sure how close it is to being accurate. So I started with 10 and I just took it down to 8. So probably, bro, what is this? I'm having spikes. Okay, it looks stable-ish. Hopefully it stays that way.
I need more mana.
Did I get endurance charges? God, I did. I hate getting that mod. You know what I need? Ooh, I'm gonna just keep the. I'm gonna keep this in my backpack for future use, just in case I run into a lack, no regen or whatever. Bruh. What about the Kitava Heart Eater tattoo? I know you are CI, but would it work? What does it do? I'm not entirely sure what the tattoo does, so I can't tell you if it would or wouldn't work. There's DD in here. I don't know where you are, but you're gonna die. The worst part is it is ODD, so it's like it doesn't have the sound that would warn you, like, oh, shit's about to get real, you know, like that that they now have, and the, you know, them brightly popping up that, oh yeah, we're about to pop, you know, because like the way they made it with the newer, I guess, with the changes they made to DD, is it's meant to give you a heads up. It's like it shows it becomes brighter and brighter yellow, and it channels for longer the more health the corpse has. So you as the player are able to tell when something has enough health to like blow you up, or when it's just a trash mob it's trying to explode, you know, that kind of thing. Oh, I was so confused as to why I had those there. Okay, next couple maps. Let's see. Again, we need to be in 8 mod. Why does it keep coming here? Oh, I'll do the F5. Nice. The mag. What does this remove? Why does it remove this and not this? I'm trying to understand what this regex does, because I saw it when you sent it to me. I'm like, why do I just not have anything to it? It seems like a simple regex, but it's not. There's something they all have that it's just like, maybe it has to do with charges. No, like max life. No. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think he's looking for maps that have something, and I think it is increased magic monsters. That's what it is. It needs to have increased magic monsters. That is bingo. We have figured it out. I was so confused. I'm like, what is it? Okay, so you said Kitava's heart, right? What the fuck does Kitava's heart do? Kitava Heart Eater? Oh, this one. Killing blows have a 4% chance to consume corpses to recover life. I don't do killing blows, so it wouldn't work. The closest thing I can have is to have a source of curses. If I had a source of curses, and I could potentially do this one. But again, the problem is that I would need to kill, and I don't have a Gravebind, so I don't kill. So my options are like shattering the enemies by giving my minions free strands, I guess. I don't think I can use I need to worry about burning ground on blue altar, so I'm going to switch that. There's nothing here that really protects you from pops. This one could save me. The 20% chance to take 50% less area damage. That one could save me, but that's like the only one. Other than that, this one allows me to run chain maps, and it just allows me to avoid projectiles. So this is a no-brainer pretty much. At least when I do strategies like this. Ugh. I'm also considering this iron flask. Let me see some real quick. So if I were to go between this iron flask, I have 26k, 500 and something k. And I had to throw in a... There's no granite flask here. Why is there no granite flask? Let's do this. Let's go to the actual POB. This one should have what I'm looking for. Why is this jade? Didn't I put a stibnite flask? I guess I didn't, huh? Okay, there you go. Stibnite flask. So this has 644k. But would it be better off if I threw in... I must have deleted the other ones. Yeah, that's what happened. Throw in my basalt. And... Ow. A granite flask. Gain charges when hit. Throw this in there for future reference. So with a granite, I get up to 740 something, and then if I throw in the basalt, yeah, okay, I'll go granite and basalt. F it. It also just pops my fizz damage to like 2k more, so it's always good to have. And then the basalt, is there anything reducing? The quartz doesn't need chance to avoid stun anymore. So one of these should be avoid curses. This one should be... Is leech as life? No, that's trash. We don't need that. What the hell? I clicked this. Is there any modifier here that makes sense? No. Okay. So I guess we just pick from here. Maybe we go curses too. That's like the only thing I can think of. Because like we're immune to ailments already. We could go res just so if we're running any altar, it would also give us some res to not die. Yeah, that's also an option. Or we just get 100% reduced effect of curses, which is a better option. I don't know if they stack. Let me see. I'm gonna have to check if they stack. Having to spend the only power rune I've gotten on upgrade is so sad. I know. I spent it on mine today. It was sad. I need Arctic armor and max fire res for what exactly? What up, Asha? I sure do hope you're not a bot. But thank you for the follow. Oh, nothing. I will preface this by saying I'm not interested in buying anything. No digital arts, nothing. You know, I don't want none of that. You know, if that's what you're here for, you know, you can use the door. If you're here to chill, then that's fine. But anyways, Kyle, what were you saying? What do I need Arctic armor and max fire res for? And why do I need Arctic ammo? Like, for the most part, I think my defenses are fine, and well, I don't have any more reservation space for Arctic armor. Only thing I can swap out for Arctic armor would be flesh and stone, and I don't know that Arctic armor will be more efficient than flesh and stone, simply because I don't spend that long stationary. Only time I'm stationary is when I'm picking stuff up. I have phasing. I'm typically moving. Do it. Arcade just waited. Nice, we got ziggurats. Where is the thingy? There we go. I'm also kind of basically, I have immutable force with enough recovery, so I'm basically stun immune, so I don't get stunned. So I don't stand still often. And if I do, I don't think I've felt a stun in forever. Okay. Don't you wish there was a flask mod that was just literally generic PDR? Like, how good would that be if it wasn't armor, but just, oh, you could craft 5% PDR during effects. That would be so bloody nice. I mean, it would be very strong, I'll tell you that much. I mean, considering there isn't ADR, there's only elemental res, it makes sense that it's just armor. I also need to switch my granite flask. I don't need a granite flask. I don't need a Rumi's concoction, rather. I need a granite. I also want a basalt. So what I wanted to check, I actually forgot. I wanted to check what my max it would look like between granites like this or let's say jade. EHP goes way up with the jade versus the iron. So if I go from nothing, does this increase anything? It increases my max hit by some. Like increases my phase max hit by 1k. And my early max hits by 2k. So it's putting in work. But like Jade will take my evasion rating all the way to 2k, which I mean it's not much, but it could easily be the difference between me eating a hit and me dodging an attack. Like literally, once it's an attack, what this means is that 1 in 10 attacks I will dodge, and of course I'm already blocking 9 in 10. So it has to go through the 9 in 10 chance and then beats the other one is just negligible. I'm gonna go iron. I was trying to make sense of it, but like it just don't make sense. I also wanted to find out where is my okay, I just have the one browser window, so let's do that browser window instead. PoE does reduced curse during flask effect stack. This is fandom. We don't do fandom. Curse. Okay, so they don't stack. It's for detonate dead. Okay, let's read what Arctic Armor does. Because with detonate dead, it's just a one shot. There's no guarantees that I will be alive. Wait, conjures an acid that chills them when they hit you. You drop shield ground while moving and take less fire and physical damage. Well, the less fire damage would help a lot. And I'm guessing at level 20, it's like 20% less. Actually, let's check real quick. PoE wiki. It reserves 25% mana and then provides 20% less physical. But you see, it has while stationary. There's no guarantee I'm going to be stationary for those hits. Yeah, there's no guarantee. Now, granted, if I am stationary, I think it lasts a certain amount of time, so I don't know how does this work? It's an aura. So when I become stationary, I get the buff, and then it lasts for X seconds. This is base 4 seconds, and then it scales. What is the buff's cooldown? I guess. Is it up permanently when you are stationary? Is the duration only for when you start moving? I haven't used this skill before. Can you tell? But yeah, I don't think I would be stationary. The only thing I use that makes me stationary is Curse. Signal Prey is instant. Curse is not. I guess Shield Charge maybe. Convocation is instant, so I don't... Frostblink is also instant. Speaking of Frostblink, I should quality that thing up. Okay, 209k. Let's go to King's March. don't know if you're here when I upgraded my town, but I have my town fully upgraded now.
Is that the exile I spy?
Yes, it is. Now let's spend some cash because we got money to blow.
To sign up.
Okay, we got 9 shipping there.
Here's the next set.
We get 9 smelting or farming. Nice. I'll hire you.
They can start immediately, and I'll get everything filled out later.
There's nobody else here I need.
Here's
Ooh.
the next set.
Good. I love to see it. I don't think I need any more 8s shipping. Because like even my sub boat, I think is all 8s. And it even has a 9. So we don't take 8 shipping anymore. I feel like even my third boat doesn't have... Yeah, my third boat is already 8s. No need for 8s. So no, we don't do shipping. Shipping 9, I will take you.
To sign up.
Another shipping 9, I will take you.
Couldn't have chosen better myself.
Do we have space for some 9s? Oh shit, we're already full of 10s and 9s for the first ship. Okay. I guess you just take the sub routes. What is the most expensive 9 I have? 494.
The choice is made.
Oh, that's a 10.
The shipping lanes.
Oh, I have 4 10s. Okay, 427 then.
The choice is made.
And then the cheapest one is 337.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat.
And then
safer.
you have... Anytime you use the skill, you are considered stationary. Same with stunned. Also, it doesn't get deleted in my reduce aura effect map mod. Oh, bye. You stop to loot and stuff all the time. Yes, I do. But then it wouldn't save me from DD because when you start moving, does it go? Does it only stay with you while you're stationary is my question. Because think about it, the alternative to Arctic armor in my build is flesh and stone. And flesh and stone is up to 20% just reduce damage. Just depending on distance. So is it worth it to give up flesh and stone for that? We're gonna remove an 8 here. Who has the highest wages? It looks like it is you, so you gotta go.
The choice is made.
Then we slap on the 9.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat.
Who has the highest wages? It's you. Slap on the 9. Now this ship has nothing but... Wait, no. Now you have nothing but 9s.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
So even my second ship only has 9s at this point. You have 10, 10, 10, 10, 9, 9. You have all 9s, and you have minimum 8s. So you have the highest wages at an 8. So you're gonna go...
Done.
And out of all these 8s, who has the minimum wage? You.
The shipping lanes
Then
will be
we
somewhat
have 241. Is there anyone above 241? Yes, you are. Go out, and then 241. There you go. We hired the cheapest. Okay, now we have excess shippers that we can delete. We have a 9 farming, so naturally you're going to come to the best field, the one that I switch around all the time, and then you're gonna take up your spot for the 8s. And then the 8 is gonna come down here to the 7s, the current 7 location. Remove no. This 7 is the one I meant to remove. This is the highest one. And then dump the 8 in there.
Sonya will make good use of them.
And then I can get rid of the 7. Alright. So what am I removing? You. Shipping 8. Yes, you. And I think the rest I can keep. No, you gotta go. All right, and then we just have our mapper who we want to assign to this crew. What's the most expensive 8 we have? 1657. That's you. Slap on the 9.
It's dangerous
And then
work.
put on an 8 in here.
It's dangerous work.
And then we can run them again. What is Lighthouse doing here? The fuck? And why are you not corrupted?
Just a little tighter. Oops.
That was weird. Okay. We're going to feed them toxic sewers because we need to reduce our toxic sewer counts. So we copy, paste, and I think they needed 4. Nope, they just needed 2. No, the alternative is determination. I'm not running determination. Determination is long gone. I don't use determination right now. We got rid of that when we switched to this version. Our auras are flesh and stone. Flesh and stone, aspect of the crab, zealotry, and haste. Those are our auras. We don't use determination. Like, that's why I wasn't particularly bothered about losing a basalt or granite flask, because our armor is 710. Speaking of which, let's just do this. Let's rip the band-aid off. This is, where is this? This is the one that's set for my character. Imports, starts. Yeah, imports. I'm just re-importing just so it's re-updated. And then you just do this and 35. You are still level 4, sadly. So yeah, I wanted to remove this. I just want to make sure it's not going to fuck with my block chance. Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh yeah, spell block. What was the reason this spell block was not capped again? It's not the impossible escape. I remember finding it out. I just don't remember what it was. Oh, this is wrong. What if I did this? Okay, so I'm gonna replace this one with a cluster jewel. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy another small cluster jewel. I'm gonna craft this one, and this cluster jewel should have 2% chance to block spell damage. And it should, of course, still have the mythical ward, I believe, is the one we had. And then ES. And then minimum 2. And then just call it a day. Which one has mythical ward? I think it's you. Throw it with this one. And now we have excess. Yeah, now we have excess. It makes me think, though. It makes me think. Where is my unluckiest Valin? Let's throw that in here. And let's take this off. So without this, we need 6 chance to block. armor, right? And we have 1 extra spell block. If we go 4/4 here, we would still need 2 chance to block. And we would need 1 spell block. I don't think there's any way I do it to where I can save a cluster jewel. Yeah, I don't think there's any way. Yeah, there's no way. All right, let's do that. We just need to get this, and we cap on that. We don't need you anymore. We're gonna pick up a regular granite that has increased armor. We no longer have increased armor, so we should get that. Flask, granite. Oh yeah, the gold flask is replacing something for me. So what should I replace it with? Should I replace the iron? Or should I replace the basalt? That is the question. But first, let's see. 86. Ooh. God damn it, man. They're like 30 chaos. But I'm not rolling you because... How are you getting evasion so often, my guy? I just want armor, man. All I want, really. Armor. Hey, you wanna be a wise ass, eh? Increase armor. There. Boom. Let me see you be a wise ass with that one. What the hell? So it has increased charge. I skipped when it hits. Oh! I mean, this is good enough for now, at least. This is good enough for now. 52% and a flagellant? Big. Yeah, that's big. Especially a perfect flagellant? No, stop it. Use when charges reach full. And next, we need... What else do we need? Quartz flask, clear, small cluster, jewel, search. Block, spell damage, maximum 2. Now we have 2 options. We can just try to find it, which is no, let's just do that. And mythical. I don't know how to spell word anymore. Small passives. Is it the mythical word? MYC. Bruh. Okay, fine. Mystical. Oh, okay. I got it. It's mystical. Okay. You have to get angry. Energy shield, small. Please have some. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Oh. Do we have a 15? Question mark? I mean, this is close enough, right? I don't need any resistances. This is fine. Two passives, chance to block spell, yada yada. This is fine. Because like if you look at our block spell damage, 62, 69, 20, 40, 6. Why did block 80 look like it was capped at 62? The fuck? Why are we on 6? Oh, yeah. That explains it. Okay. Okay, cool. It's because we haven't been hit recently. That's why we use this mod. We get damaged, we get increased block chance to prevent from happening again. That's what was missing. Is there a point in even keeping this? It's not worth much. Like, no one cares. Yeah, it's not worth much. But I will keep it. I will keep it. I have my old gear, I think, somewhere in a quad type far away. If I can find it, cool. But I don't think I can. But there it is. Okay. Boom, domination. So what? So now that we have this as our granite, our armor flask, we have reduced effect of curses. What are we missing? We're missing something from the hypothetical, you know, best quote unquote. There's quartz, there's quicksilver, there's it's basalt that typically had this mod. And I think I said the last mod I was going to be used for early res, which of course I'm not going to because I'm using the gold flask for actual money. Yeah, it's curses, armor, curses. Okay. So our flasks are okay now. Not the best, but they're okay. We still need better movement speed. We can get on this and then get curse on this. We can flip them around pretty much. We can get a gold flask that has decent move speed. That's also an option.
Life is short, Dylan. When I'm ready, I'm not before.
So how much armor do we have? We have I'm so not used to seeing this. We have 3,500 armor. I'm not used to seeing ward in there and armor being pushed down.
more mana.
Why am I needing more mana? Focus on that revenant. It should not see the light of day. Anyone who doesn't kill bosses in a map rushing strategy, why do you not do it? I've been getting so many ziggurats from the boss of this map. I just love it because it's on the way. You can't miss it if you go the right path. Who is this? Arena Master? I don't know what that is. Clearly supposed to be a more challenging mob. Ooh, explode. Get your ass here. Okay, cool. Okay. I look-y want to run some T17s, I'll be honest. I kind of really want to. But we stack them up and then we bleach through them. That's the current plan. We have almost 2 days of wages in King's March. Did they make any changes to King's March gold costs? Because I almost feel like I am so ahead of the gold. It's crazy to me. It's wild. Okay. This makes sense. This is a pet peeve I've had for the longest time. This one right here. This one is so nice because Arcane knows it because I ran to him a lot, but whenever I put something in the currency exchange, I'm trying to sell, let's say, 2 divines, right? And it just sells 1 and gives me the change of 1 divine. I'm like, or I try to sell 5 divines and it sells 1 and gives me 4 divines back. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? This isn't trade complete. Like, you're giving me my 4 divines. All you did was sell 1 and now you're taking the gold of everything. Like, all the gold I gave you, like it always tilted me. So it's nice that they fixed it. I mean, I didn't know it was a bug, but it makes sense. Ooh, my. Yeah, it's time for this part of the stream where I remove my headphones because my head is kind of sweaty. Oh, I can't wait to grow the side of my hair back out because that is when I would think, oh, that and just have a bit colder weather. I don't want winter or anything, but I need my apartment to be a bit colder. So I'm hoping the vents, kicks into the next level because I don't like this heat. Not too hot, but it's not cold enough to where I don't sweat in my headphones. Anyways, so yeah, this was pissing me off all the time. But now that it's been fixed, cool. I wouldn't mind it as much. I like it, but I mean, I like change. I like getting a better deal than I thought I would, but none of these have player, so I'm just going to ignore them. Eldritch minion. Okay, let's say Echo is fine. What is this? Hero of Terror, thank you very much. So we keep going right here. We're going to take you back just in case. I saw him exploding there, but give me that, damn it.
All of these. Look at how. Yo, that's a revenant. Oh! Stay the fuck away from me with those explosions. There's a revenant in here. Get him! You know, fun fact, before I started running Ziggurats, I thought Ziggurats was like the Ziggurat map. I should say it the other way. I thought Fortress was Ziggurats. And then I wasn't sure what Fortress was, but I knew Fortress was a map. Ooh, another Ziggurat from the boss. What do you know? Arcane, I hope you're killing your bosses. How did I explore here already? I must have taken the wrong turn at some point or going a bit too far in my loot, eh? Oh, finally! We have our level 5 Awakening Control Destruction. So now we have access to Unnerve. So we just gained like literally, I'm gonna show you what it looks like in POB, but it's like I think it's like 1.5 to 2 mil perfect case DPS. And I say perfect case just because, you know, DPS in POB is always, it's not realistic to expect the DPS you're getting in POB in the game, because, you know, there are a lot of variables in it. There's even RNG in each cast of a spell a minion does. But so you see how this is 19.1? If I just click the button, where is it? 20.9, almost 2 mil theoretical DPS by just clicking one button, by just leveling up to 5. Then I want to take this to level 2 to also, one thing I don't understand, I gain 1% more damage from control destruction going up. So like this is for 3% more spell damage, 43% more spell damage. Keep that number in mind, 43. I take it up to 5, it is 44. This DPS doesn't move. I don't understand why it's not moving. I, for the life of me, do not understand why it doesn't move. It moves at 6. It moves at 3. But how did I get 1% more damage and it just doesn't move? How does that make sense? So let me see. More damage. It doesn't show. Huh. It's not showing control destruction here. Where would it show control destruction then? Controlled destruction. Where would it show controlled destruction? That's what I want to know. I feel like it should be here, like in the total more. But support gems aren't showing up here. Shell Echo would show up here. And more where is more cast speed? It has 0% more. Yo, POB, what the hell is going on here? Nothing is making sense. Am I bugging? This is the ice mortar. Is it not considered a spell for PoB purposes? No, it's okay. Yeah, all of these is taking the cast speed. Cast. So it is considered a spell. But it has no more spell. This has a more cast speed. Attack cast rate is 4.5. Where is he getting this from? Where? I would like to know. Because it does this, it gets to 2.94 casts per second, basically 3 casts per second. But then it says cast rate is 4.53. Is it using a separate gem? I'm so confused. Oh. Okay, I was using the wrong one. That makes sense. Okay. This has more cast speed, this has more. Okay, that was my warlord. That's what we're looking at. This is the main DPS spell. So this one has control destruction 44. A -1, it was 43. 254. Okay, that's why. So by getting 1% more, it's not enough to shift the total more modifier, because I mean, that's not how I understood it should work. Like, you're not adding all the more modifiers and then multiplying it. It's not the second increase bucket. It's more, so each one gets multiplied separately. But I guess it's multiplying all the mores, maybe. Maybe that's what it's doing. Maybe that's what it's doing, actually. And by multiplying all the mores, adding one is not enough to shift it, which I guess makes sense. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. That I understand that much. Then 45 is enough to shift it to the other one. What career did you study to understand PoE? I've just fiddled around with it a lot, so I understand like where to see the damage types, where to see you know, how somewhere. So like if I look at PoB, I'm looking at, oh, how are you getting your damage? If it has like impressive damage, or if it has impressive defense, they know how to find, okay, how exactly are your defenses scaling out of control to where you can tank as much as you can tank, you know, stuff like that. I like seeing, I like studying PoBs, so I'm just good at PoBs in general. I need to get my last gem. But yeah, if you look at PoBs enough, you will also just naturally get better at looking at PoBs. Like, if you look at this, it makes sense. This is where all the base damage is. This is where you get your specifically increased cold damage, which we're getting from pen quality. This is where you get your more cold damage, more, and this is just generic. So generic increased minion damage will be here because we're looking at minion stats. Generic minion more damage would be here. So, you know, think your ascendancies, your gems, anywhere there's more damage is there. Trying to do the same, but you don't understand. You don't fully understand. Okay, we'll start at somewhere. What don't you fully understand? In my situation, I'm trying to scale the damage from bark burners, but I don't fully see how. Well, scaling damage is the easiest way I can tell you to scale damage is to increase more like multiplicative buckets of damage. What do I mean by that? Increase is an additive multiplier, but if you don't have any amount of increase, then it can act like a more modifier. Like if you have 0 literally, and you take it from 0 to 40, that's a 40% more damage multiplier. But the more you add into this bucket, the less effective it becomes. Then you look at the total more. If you can get more damage, it's just always going to be a multiplier. And the way you get to insane damage numbers is more multipliers. Now, all these numbers, their job is to multiply the base damage you have. So the base damage then gets multiplied goes through all the multipliers to get to your final damage. Through these, once you have your final DPS or damage of the skill, it is still going to meet the enemy and the enemy's defenses. So
then how do you reduce the defenses to then increase the damage they will take? That is also a more damage multiplier. So by reducing their resistances or by making them take increased damage, you're essentially multiplying your damage to a new figure. So if you're looking for ways to scale damage, typically the ways to look for is, can you scale your damage and even further? Yes or no. If you think you can, then go for it. If not, then think, can I weaken the enemy's defenses even more? Yes or no. You know, then all you're doing in reality is trying to figure out how to do, you know, either of these. How do you weaken their defenses more? What steps could you do? For example, with my current build, if I'm thinking of how I could go about weakening their defenses, I'm thinking, oh, we have exposure already, but I could potentially try to apply it myself and go like Mastermind of Discord to reduce their resistances by even more. Or I could just go for like an F&M Void Beacon that would also reduce their cold res just by me being close to them and, you know, make it so they don't regen life. Stuff like that. These are options that are available to me. What else is there? I could think about how can I increase my damage? Giving them attack cast speed. That is also a more damage multiplier, because the quicker they attack, the more hits they get out, the more damage you're doing. So I can give them more like cast speed, and that would also scale their damage. And I have this Cluster Joe that does just that, so I can put more points in here. Cluster Joes are big easy points in scaling the damage of any minion build. But I will say this, not every minion can be scaled to the point where like you do insane damage. Like there just isn't enough support for minions to go from 0 to hero. So you kind of just have to have a good base to be working with to even begin with. You know, some Spectres, just like I've tested a lot of Spectres, a lot. Like last season I was testing Spectres left, right and center. I wanted to find a fire-based Spectre that I could put alongside like Caldera Ravagers and stuff like that, and you know, but everything I tried, the damage just fell short. They just weren't performing pretty much. And to be honest, if you go down the route of testing Spectres that are not meta, you will end up in similar situations where many of your tries don't work, but you will occasionally get that, this one in particular, this one is actually working. Like with what are Spectres I tried that I've had success with? Necrotic Bones last league was a success. I wouldn't call it a resounding success because they still ended up being kind of squishy. I didn't like their survivability, which is why I didn't make a video on them or anything. Their damage was fine, but their single target also lacked because they had this ability that they would use instead of the ability I would want, and that was a channeled ability that would typically last like 3 seconds base. You could scale it down with cast speed and yada yada, but basically it was awkward. It was kind of tricky scaling them, so their damage didn't get to the levels I would have liked it to, and their defenses were already squishy to begin with. So I couldn't sacrifice their defenses for more damage, and I couldn't sacrifice their damage for more defenses because they were kind of lacking in either front, you know. And I couldn't sacrifice anything in that build either. So that was that. But then you have situations like with the Frostbearers where they just have enough base damage to where I can actually peel back on their damage, on scaling the damage a bit to make myself as tanky as I currently am in game, and I would still find success. You have those. You have like Wretch Defilers also have like a decent baseline to work from. The Karuri Backburners, I haven't really looked into them, so I don't know what their baseline looks like. But I would say, do you have a POB? We could once I'm done with this map, we could go through it and see if I can see anything, like try to find any low hanging fruit for you to, you know, scale the damage a bit more, at least on POB. Also, POB's numbers aren't really accurate for every minion, so some might be awkward to scale. Like for example, Needle Horrors. You can have perfect Needle Horrors doing insane damage, like very high DPS, and POB is just gonna tell you it's like a fifth of the number or whatever, because the skill the minion uses isn't properly like calculated in POB. A good example is Baronite Preachers. With Baronite Preachers, they use Ball Lightning, and Ball Lightning hits, like it can hit one enemy like 13 times in 1 second.
But and POB takes this into account with regular ball lightning. But for some reason with the Spectre version, it doesn't. It just takes it as one hit. Nice Ziggurat. It takes it as one hit per second, and as such, the way you account for this is by multiplying whatever the hit is telling you by 13, and then multiplying that by the amount of minions you would have, for example. But at the same time, when you take that in game, you would also notice a discrepancy between the damage numbers you are seeing once you have accounted for everything, and the discrepancy with how it's actually playing out. Because I don't know what it is, but in game, Baronite Preachers just don't feel like they have the damage they should. I don't understand why, and I think POB's numbers for it are wrong, so it just straight up inaccurate. And there are many Spectres like this, and there's no real way to know if it's good or not, except you put it in POB and then you just eyeball it in game and hope it's accurate, pretty much. Like now I can say for these guys, do I think I'm doing 19 mil DPS? Yes, I think I'm doing that. I don't think it's always 19 mil. I think sometimes once enemy modifiers come into play, things can get skewed. But with the amount of damage I have and how quick I can kill, let's say Katarina in T17, like how quickly I can kill her, even with when she has 4 endurance charges. And if you know how endurance charges work from monsters, they are way stronger on monsters than they are for the player. And for the player, endurance charges are... For the player, the endurance charges right now provide 5% elemental damage reduction and 4% EDR and 4% physical damage reduction. But for monsters, they would provide 15%. So literally 5 times more effective. And when you have 4 of these endurance charges, that means they have 60% EDR, pretty much. So with the speed I can kill Katarina with the 4 endurance charges, I would say yeah, it's very likely that I am doing 19 mil Shaper DPS. Stormblind, supremacy is real. Yeah, Stormblind gives me a recommendation to go full block. It seems pretty insane, but the question on my mind is the only solution with tanky? Block is very strong, and right now, as you can see, this character is using the same setup. It's block. It is, you go lucky block with the shield, and that would be, and you just go with that pretty much. The thing with block is if you block a hit, you don't take any damage from it, and by having a 90% chance to not take any damage from a hit, that would make it makes it so you can eat many hits. There are many hits you can eat. And to put things in perspective, many times you die. If you just go from 0% block to 75% block, and you will feel a big difference. Why? Many times you die at 0% block and 0 evasion. The reason is because you just got bombarded with many hits in a split second. So you would think you got one shot because you just got blown up, but in reality you just ate many hits. By taking 90% block, and this is not even just 90% block, 9% attack and spell block. It means if you get hit 10 times, you will block 9 of them. That literally cuts the amount of damage coming in by 90%. Now, if the one hit that comes in is enough to one-shot you, you will still die. So you want defensive players to cover the rest. But just being able to take 10% of the damage that's being thrown at you versus taking 100% it's a big difference. It's huge. It's like imagine if one hit was gonna do 200 damage finally on your damage, right? On your character. If you take 10 of them, you're 2,000 life short. But if you take one of them, then you have 1,800 more life than you would otherwise. That's just an example, because then a bigger hit could come in and you can eat that hit. But if you're down 2k life, that hit's gonna kill you. But if you're not, then you might survive. And there are many examples where this keeps you alive. So that is why block is big. But like I said, if you're not tanky enough to where if a hit goes through, which a hit will go through eventually because it's truly random. If you're not tanky enough, then you will still see yourself get one shot, probably even quite often, to be honest, depending on how squishy you are. Like, even as tanky as I am, I still die. Just to put this in perspective, I still die. And I've put in many layers of defense that cost a lot of money to make sure that I don't die often. Now, granted, if I'm at full strength, like I'm not taking these modifiers that are nerfing my character, then the chances of me dying is a lot less. But yeah, what I would recommend you look into other layers to make yourself tanky other than block, but you should use block on top of them. So easy layers to start with when you're on a budget, you know, going determination is very big because it gives you armor, so that protects you from physical hits to a degree. It protects you from small physical hits, not large ones. There's a crush claw in here. Why is there a crush claw? Where did the crush claw come from? Huh. Oh look, it's Starfall Crater. You wanna see how quick I beat this guy? I have 11k armor base. Yeah, I mean that's not a lot of armor. And armor itself is a very annoying stat to deal with. So the way armor works is armor is more effective against smaller hits than bigger hits. What does this mean? It means that when you are, let's say you have armor to eat you eat a 2000 physical damage hit. If you have 10 times the armor value of the hit, so in this case we're looking at it. Oh look, I actually naturally just beat the boss. This is kind of bugged though. I don't know why these are still up. I think he kind of bugged out. I think he kind of bugged out. Anyways, so the bigger the hits, the less your armor is effective against it. So if you have 20k armor and you take a hit of 2k, it would defend it pretty efficiently. Like you would reduce the damage by let's say hypothetically you reduce the damage by 90%. So the 2k damage goes down to 200 damage basically. Then that same armor of 20k meets a hit of 10k. You would think, oh, it should reduce it by, let's say, a linear percentage. So instead of, you know, protecting you from, how do I explain this easily? Basically, when you meet that 10k hit, you're not going to protect against 50% of it. You're not going to protect against 10%. What's going to happen is your armor would meet that hit, and you would actually protect it from, like, you maybe mitigate 5 to 10% of that hit. So basically, instead of taking the 10k, you would maybe mitigate 10% if you're lucky or something like that. And so instead of taking 10k, you take 9k, which will still kill you. And it's still the same 20k armor. So basically, if you want to use armor to scale your physical defenses, you would need, like, let's say if you want to eat a 10k fist damage hit, you would need 10 times that amount in armor to then mitigate it efficiently. Actually, it's more than 10 times. I'm just going to use 10 times as an example here. So in this case, it'll be 100k to get the same 90% mitigation as you go with that 2k hits on 20k. So just note, armor is very hard to scale. Unless you're going armor stacking, it's typically not worth it. Get as much as you can, especially on a budget. So you go determination, yada yada. It gives you a good baseline to where the average trash mob hits you with a physical hit. It is not going to kill you. You're going to be able to mitigate a good chunk of it. But against the bigger physical hits, you will still die. So then you want to, how do you address those bigger physical hits? You get flat PDR, flat physical damage reduction. Because physical damage reduction doesn't reduce in efficiency with the size of the hit. So if you have 20% PDR, no matter how big or small that hit, it would reduce the damage by 20%. So if it's a 10k hit, they reduce it by 20%. If it's a 2k hit, it reduces it by 20%. It doesn't matter. And you want to pair as much flat physical damage reduction with armor to then try to survive the bigger physical hits. Because if you're able to get like 50% PDR, for example, that 10k hit goes down to 5k, and then the 5k hit is now a lot more manageable by the 20k armor you once had. So it's now more efficient. So you can then maybe mitigate 50% of the damage with the armor to then reduce it to 2500, and then you take 2500 and you don't die. Oh, I have no idea if I'm doing a good job by explaining it, but this is how you would scale your defenses with physical hits. Because most of the time, if you get actually one shot, it's by physical hit, because physical damage is so hard to deal with. And then another source of like mitigating physical hits is converting the physical damage you take to other elements, which would then meet those resistances. So if you take 10% of your physical damage from hits as cold damage, then you take a 10k hit, 1k will be converted to cold damage, and that 1k will meet your 75% resistance, to where that 1k will then be reduced to 250 damage, to 250 cold damage, and then you only have 9k physical damage left. That 9k physical damage would then meet your flat physical damage reduction. That cuts it down even more to where it's a more manageable chunk for your armor to then take care of, if that makes sense. So it's not a waste to have armor. Don't get me wrong, it's by far not a waste. However, if you can get other sources of mitigation for physical damage, you typically want to go for them because they'll be more efficient than just going armor alone. I'm glad you're learning a lot. It's a lot of talking too. But I'm happy to help any way I can. So when people complain that they die a lot, they get one shot and other things, the first thing I look at is like your PDR. It's your phase max hit on POB. Because if you look at POB, this number can be very this EHP, it can be very misleading. If I just throw in a life on block shield, oh yeah, I should switch this back. If I throw in a life on block shield, I could easily get to infinite, like literally. I'm not going to save this, but I'm going to do something. Where is Valen? Valen is here. If I added a mod that said gain 20%, this is insane, but life on block, like this should work. No, it's a different verbiage. Okay, cancel, craft, shield. Is life on block on shield a prefix or a suffix? If I had to bet, I would say it's a suffix, but I'm not entirely sure, but I can check right now. It's a shaper mod if I remember correctly. Let's go shield ES. Let's give it shaper influence, and we'll see life on block. Recover this life when you block, so 4% life. Copy this, cancel, edit, paste with 20%. Wait, no, I'll just even leave the 4%. Oh wait, it's life. I copied the wrong one. It should be Aegis Aurora. This is the one I should copy. So edit. Watch my EHP. I want you to look at this very carefully. Right now it says I have an effective hit pool of 461k, right? I'm gonna put recover 4% of energy shield when you block. Just 4% whenever I block. Let's see how much effective hit pool POB would think I have, because I'm now recovering 4% every single time I block. Do you see this? I definitely don't have an infinite EHP, and I can still get one shots with it saying infinite, but it says infinite. So yeah, that EHP can be very misleading on POBs. The important thing to look at when you're trying to figure out if this character is one-shottable or not is actually the max hits. What the max hits are what will tell you, oh, this is the maximum amount of this element of damage you can take before you die. So in my case, I can take 26. Well, this is not actually correct. Let me just import my character again. Import. 35. There you go. Load. All right. We're up to date. Granite flask. So in this case, when all my flasks are up and all my defenses and everything is up, I can eat a physical damage hit of 27,429k. So a hit would have to do 27,429k to go through all the calculations for all my damage reductions and then come out with my character having 0 health. That's the TLDR of what this is. And if I were to take a hit of like even 1 point above this, my character dies. So you can see I can take a big phase max hit, but I can also have like a character that has really high effective hit pool and has a max hit of like 5k. The character with 5k phase max is gonna die very often to physical hits. You know, so just you have 3k armor. Yeah, I don't have much armor, but I have a lot of physical damage reduction, and I can go over. I'm using many layers to reduce the damage before it meets my armor. So if I were to go through my layers of defense, you know, all my sources of physical damage reduction, I can actually go through some of them. We'll start with the auras. I have Aspect of the Crab. This one gives me a stacking physical damage reduction. I think it's 2% per stack, something like that, and then it stacks up to 12 times. So at 12 stacks, I have 24% physical damage reduction, which again, we've gone over, it just reduces it's just 24% physical damage that's being reduced. Then we have Flesh and Stone, which gives less damage taken from enemies, just generic damage, depending on how close they are to me. So if they are right on top of me, they're going to do 20% less damage to me. So that also affects physical damage, it affects elemental damage, any damage. This is going to reduce by 20%. So that's 44% so far. Now this one, once I get hits, I lose all stacks. So the key of using Aspect of the Crab is having a Svalin that's going to prevent me from taking physical damage often. That way it gets to stack up, and then once that one hit gets through my block and I do take that physical damage, I'm going to have a big physical damage like mitigation to meet it and keep my character alive. I also have what else am I using to reduce the physical damage I take? I also have endurance charges. I have 4 endurance charges. Each endurance charge gives you 4% flat PDR, and I have 4, so that's 16% flat PDR coming from here. So that's 44 plus 16, so that's 60% PDR flat. Again, this is not armor, so no matter how big that hit is, it is going to be reduced by 60% so long as all those conditions are still there. Then on top of all of these, I think I still have Ward, which would reduce the damage of the hit that goes through. And then what else do I have? I have, when my flasks up, I have armor from here, like flat armor and percent armor, and that is helping me to mitigate whatever is left. And on top of that, we have a defensive skill that will take some of that damage whenever it's up. It takes 70% of the damage from the shield's amount instead of life, and it can take up to 2,000 damage. So let's say it takes the full 2,400 damage. That means 10% is 240, 480, 720 or something like that. That means it had, I just took a hit of 3,100 and it took 2,000 of that damage, 2,400 from that damage away from me. So I only took like 700 and something damage instead because this was up. So it meets all those layers of defense, and then it could meet my defensive skill, and which would reduce it even further. And all of these layers add up to where I have this amount of phase max hits. Now if I just took a physical hit, so I don't have crab barriers, I lose a lot of my phase max hits. Now, a hit of 18k would kill me because now I don't have crab barriers. I just took a hit. I'm at my squishiest when I take physical damage from a hit. Then let's say this is a boss fight, so I don't have my flasks up. So flasks are now down. So we're down to 16k phase max hits. Okay, so now we're not getting any bit of armor from here. We're not getting help from our flasks. Ooh, our defensive is still up. But let's say it hits us when our defense is down. Now it's 11k. Do you see how all these layers work together to make it so I can eat bigger hits? And then if this, what else is there? Is there a conditional one we have? I think that's about it. One offering is always up, so we always have the block at the other. Yeah, that's about it. Those are all the conditional defenses we have. So so if the boss were to hit me with a physical hit, and keep in mind if it's a boss fight, then I shouldn't be eating hits often, and I can still block some hits, right? So odds are I'm going to have the maximum amount of crab barriers to defend against. So this is, I might not have my defensive. It might be off, it might be on. I don't know. We don't know. But if my defensive isn't up, I can still eat a physical hit of 16k. And you know, if it is on, then that's up to 25k. And if you're mapping instead, then your flask should be up while you're mapping, and then you have the phase max. So you have all these layers that help you take that physical hit. And you notice how I barely talked about elemental hits. Elemental hits are very easy to scale in terms of damage reduction. The easiest way is just resistance. You have 75% res, you're reducing damage by 75%, so I need a 40,000 fire damage hit to kill me. I scale my max early res, I will mitigate more damage, so it take a bigger hit to then kill me, unless the person has pen or something, you know. But this is all ignoring pen and all ignoring overwhelm and yada yada, because those are outside the scope of the conversation. So all of this is helping you. So in the way of scaling fire, what you want to do is you want to use pen to make sure that they don't have as high of a resistance to mitigate your damage. You want to scale your own damage. You do not want to have, like, if I had to run a map mod that has, you see how I have 19 20 mil damage? What happens if I switch to an Uber boss who just has, as you can see, they have the same amount of resistance, but they have a 70% less enemy damage taking modifier. So that means no matter, it's just generic, they just take 70% less damage. Everything else is the same early res, yada yada, but they're just taking 70% less damage. Our DPS falls to 6.8, 6.2. But if I had to lose on nerve, which increases the amount of damage they take, it falls even more. I remove exposure, which reduces their resistance, falls more. I remove chill, which with bone chill increases damage they take, it falls more. So you want to stack all these sources of like different ways to reduce their defenses, but you also want to balance that with ways to increase your damage in the most efficient way to then be able to utilize to get as much bang for your buck as possible. It's when you do stuff like that that you realize, like, 123 points sounds like a lot, but it's really not. You run out of them like that, and suddenly you're trying to figure out how to manage your points. Like, that's how I was thinking of ways to drop this cluster or one of these clusters, so I could then use this gem slot for something else or something like that. Though, meh. Yes, impossible escape. I said I was gonna look at how much that was, and I need to figure out how much it is. And the reason I need to figure out how much it is this is 50 chaos up. Ooh. Yeah, okay, so let's check out the impossible escape we have. Okay, I was just looking at comments. That's all. Passives are located. No, wrong one. Passives. Let's do this here. You're using the radius of agnostic on. That's not a bad one. Agnostic is this one, right? Yeah. This is very good, especially when you have a timeless jewel that gives you slumlords. You can easily pick up like here, 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 here. I mean here. It's really good for slumlords. I plan on using the one for Avatar of Fire. Or there are actually a count of them. So passives in radius 3. So Avatar of Fire is one of them. Passives, radius 3. Copy this. What is the next one? The next one is imbalanced guard. And then from after that, what else do we have? Then there's unwavering stance, which you can get +2 from here. And then just +1, +1. I don't know if the radius is enough for this, but I think it is. But imbalanced guard is just better. So let's see. Avatar of Fire should be cheaper though. Yep, Avatar of Fire is definitely cheaper. Imbalanced guard is how much? 14 divines. Okay, cool. Avatar of Fire it is, but imbalanced guard should definitely be an upgrade. And the reason it's an upgrade is if I have Avatar of Fire, then I can pick 1, 2, 3, 4 points, and I have +3 auras. But with imbalanced guard, it only takes 1 and 2, and I have +3 auras. So I get to save 1, 2, 3, 4. I get to save 2 points, and saving 2 points is huge. So I don't know if I'm gonna save up for it, but I can always make the switch whenever. Right now we have an extra point spent here. I don't think we need it. So once we get it, we're going to just slap it on here to give us 2 auras, and that should be pretty nice. Four divines. Oh. Thank you. Okay. P. Slap it in here. Refund. Take that away. Boom. And we now have +2 auras, which means +2 max auras. So that effectively means we take 2%. Yes, it's more than 2% less damage than we did before. It's if I want to look at the amount of damage taken, it's more than 2%. But just know the TLDR is every point closer to 90% reduces even more of a percent, of damage. Going from 98% damage reduction to 99% damage reduction is a 50% difference. You're taking literally half the damage you were before. And then going from 97 to 98, I think is like 33% or something like that. So just every single point is more efficient than the last, and it gets harder to get more the closer you get to 90, but it gets very worth it to get to 90, because if you get to 90, I don't know if it's that good, but don't know if it's that good. Playing ES if more points are efficient than life. Are you asking if ES is more efficient than life? Why I go CI? My thought process in going CI is very simple. I wanted to reduce suffix economy because I'm using a unique here, a unique here. I'm using crafted boots where I can't really dictate if I get like good res or not. I'm kind of at the mercy of my craft. I'm using a unique here that could have negative res or positive res. So the idea is just I don't want to have the suffix pressure of needing chaos res. So by going CI, I don't have to worry about chaos res, so I can focus my suffixes on elemental resistances. And that's also why we went for this timeless jewel elegant hubris Paspiro, you know, supreme ostentation. This means we don't gain any attribute bonuses from attributes like intelligence, which is annoying, but we can ignore attribute requirements. So this requires 70 strength, this requires 155 strength. Look how much strength I have, 38. So I don't need to worry about strength or whatever, but you also need to remember that because I lost access to the inherent bonuses they give, I no longer gain the 1% ES that intelligence provides. So instead of this, I need to replace it somehow, and that is where tattoos come in. I'm replacing all my int nodes with just straight up increase max ES, and that is going to give me the ES I lost and then some. But I can't just replace them all, because I actually can, but I'm choosing not to, because I want to have mitigation to crits. I want to take less damage when I eat a critical strike. So I took this node. I plan on using tattoos that will give me more mitigation to critical strikes and stuff like that. So eventually I'm going to fill out this tree to where I just have more energy shield and critical strike mitigation. So when I do eat a critical strike, instead of it being multiplied by this outrageous, outlandish figure, because if a creature hits you for 10k and it crits, it's going to be 13k. But then if they have the crit multi on the map and they have up to 70%, and that's 200%. So that gives you a crit damage, a final crit damage of like 200k. Or not 200k, 20k rather. So the hit then goes from 10k to 20k. And 20k is a much harder hit to mitigate than 10k. So by having tattoos that would reduce the damage, the extra damage I take from crits, instead of it being 100% extra damage, it would then be like 180% or 160% or 140%. And there's a big difference from taking 20k damage and 14k damage, I'll tell you that much. It's just to make sure, like, even in a situation where I have the build as is, right, I can still take a critical strike, and if conditions like land just right, I will die. Like if the conditions just align, I will die 100%. There is no questioning it. I die. So instead of, you know, I'm going to try to roll 5 of these. Am I looking for any amount of quantity? This has 159% quantity. I'm not going to sweat with quantity too much. If we can get up to 159, 160, I would say maybe 140 quantity should be the minimum. So let's just create regexes that we can use for these maps. Tattoos are insane. Yes, they are, especially when you don't need the attribute points, or when you use something like Supreme Ostentation. Like literally right now in my passive tree, because I don't need attributes, every single attribute node that we use to travel will be converted to something else. So it's either going to be the intelligence will be converted to anti-crits or more ES, and the strength will be converted to, like, I think increased. I could convert them to like block AD or something like that, or I could convert them into, what else comes to mind, increased guard duration, so my steel skin is up longer, you know, stuff like that. I don't think I have any dexterity nodes. Dexterity might have been able to convert to, I think, movement speed or something, which is what I would have gone, but I don't think I have. Only dexterity nodes I can think of are, like, I think here. There aren't many dexterity nodes in this side of the tree. But yeah, that's the current plan anyways. I was saying I was gonna pull up POE.re, so let's work that out. POE.re. This pack size, we're going to make it a quantity of 235. You don't need to optimize quantity. Yeah, this is fine. Let me just make sure this works. Oh, it's actually supposed to be 135 I meant. Yeah, so this works. Okay, cool. So let's create a profile for T17. Let's show T17 mods I really don't want to avoid. Sounds very good in my opinion. Yeah, I spent a lot of time planning out this build, like so much time. I don't want them to use to suppress spell damage. No reflect early damage. I don't like bloodstained saw blades, so I'm going to add it here. I don't care for early res too much. Don't like this one. Take increased damage per nearby ally. I haven't seen that one. That is wild. I think this is an old mod that's no longer in the game. Or I just haven't seen it. I can't do max stress for T17s. I will die. Too many times. Have we hit the limits? No, we still have time. Alright. Players cannot gain. No, this one is also not this. I can do without less recovery rate of ES. Have I hit the cap? Yes, I have. Okay, we're gonna copy this for now. And we're going to throw it to a chat to myself. We just say T17s. Is there any mod here that still bricks, like just straight up bricks? This one is very bad. This one is negligible. This one is very bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this regex and I'm going to roll the different mods, right? Then once I get things I can use, I will then eyeball them to see if I can actually run them. So like Searing Exarch is really bad, but I can manage it, I think. I think it'll kill me, actually. Targeted by Meteor, you see. I don't want that. This has Drowning Orbs, Awakener Desolation, Frenzy Charge. Cooldown recovery rate, I don't want that because then I can't convocate and that would kill me more times than it doesn't. Next time. Monsters cannot be leeched from is kind of tricky. It's fine in theory, but your minions are less likely to survive because they leech. 50% less defenses is just not doable. I'm sorry. Endurance charge on hit, I don't care. This is fine, honestly. This is fine. Rare monsters, taunted, marked for deaths. Less defenses, no. Cannot be leeched from. I would rather not. This is fine. It just cannot regen ES, right? Oh, there's mana in there. I can run no mana. This is fine, ironically. Unique bosses are possessed. That's gonna be spicy. Less recovery rate of life and ES, I think. I don't know if that affects instant leech, but I don't want to find out. Monsters have AoE and they fire 4 additional projectiles. That sounds nasty for the boss, doesn't it? She has her slam that is dependent on AoE. And that slam, if it gets through my block, will probably kill me. It's a big if. But if it does, I think it kills me. 4% reduced action speed is just nasty. Like literally, I use shield charge to move around. It's gonna slow me down too much. I'm gonna hate the way my character feels. Right, remove, nope. Chain, I don't care. Curses on monsters, I don't care. AoE does less recovery. I think it does. Reduce instant leech. I think I can run this. You know what we're gonna do? We're going to YOLO it, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's what we're gonna do. If it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. All of this is fine. Vaughn is not ideal, but it's all right. All right. I want to start with this tricky one. The less recovery rate, because I want to see how it actually does. I want to see its performance. I'm not entirely sure it affects it, but I feel like it does. It definitely reduces non-instant leech. 139. It definitely reduces non-instant leech, so I can't recover off of non-instant leech, but I think instant leech should be fine. I love how I killed that one in the middle of its jump. And I love that I actually had an animation for it dying there. So as you can see, we still have full health. So yes, that says like I feel like I've gotten hit at least once already. I could be wrong on my... I don't know what stopped me there. Oh, petrification starch is most likely. Most likely. We should be getting to the boss room soon. There we go. I don't know that I have seen...
Death will never come for an immortal. Your soul burns for me.
You're dead.
Mortal. Arise, my children.
So yeah, we're actually fine with less recovery rates.
Fun fact, I don't touch any of the skeletons inside the line anymore because it's more times than not, it will get me killed. More so than not touching it would. Like,
Your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
like I can kind of eat the skeletons walking. I can eat some of their hits and be fine. But if I were to touch the line when I can't leech from anything, I will die.
Rise, my children. Feed.
So instead of going to touch the ones that are inside the dot lines, I just focus on the edge. Does that make sense?
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Kulamak, darkness swarms. Arise, my children.
And you're dead. Playing with death? Yes. Yes, I actually was playing with death, but it turned out fine. Because, I mean, this is how I would find out that, oh, yes, it doesn't work or it does work. If I was relying on non-instant leech, then I would still be in it. This would break my map.
I'm ready and not
Pretty much. Like, I can't run. If it stops me from, you know. If I can't instant leech on it. What the fuck is that? Then I can't recover my ES, and if I can't recover my ES, then there's problems. But all this does to me is it makes it so I don't regen my ES. Like, I don't regen my ES when I'm in between packs. And what else? I don't regen ES between packs. I don't slowly regen my life with leech when, you know, non-instant leech is meant to also heal me. It's literally just, oh, my minion hits right now. This is the amount that was healed instantly. That still gets to me. But the remaining 90% of that hit that was supposed to be leached over the next, I think 10 seconds, that part is just discarded. It just doesn't apply to me anymore because the rate at which I heal it is set to 0 or whatever, or however else it's set to. But yeah, we do so much damage that we still don't notice like our health go down, because the moment our ES goes down, it shoots right back up like the instant. So yeah, less recovery rate is fine. The one that's kind of annoying is mana. If you get less recovery rate of mana, you kind of have to just use a flask to help sustain your mana, because you're not recovering any mana whatsoever. So that one, you just replace your iron flask with it, and you're fine. Also, a mod that breaks the build pretty hard is just less chance to block or cannot block. You don't want to run either of these mods. You will have a very bad time. Because again, all of my layers are like, look, I'm not regening outside of when my minions hits. But all my defensive, not all, many of my defensive layers are set with the expectation that I am not going to be taking like damage often. So when I do take damage, this protects me by a huge amount. Okay, I'm not taking damage now, so it has time to like go through its cooldown or whatever else it has. But then when I do take that damage again, it's up for it to mitigate. So if you then, instead of not taking damage only 10% of the time, if you go from that to taking damage 100% of the time, you're going to take damage hits when the defensive layers are down, and by them being down, you just can't eat it, so you die. So you all this to say, you don't want to touch anti-block maps. That is the one mod you absolutely cannot run no matter what. It is not possible. Don't do it. You will cry, you will curse, you will get pissed off. Anything you can think of, it will happen, you know. It's not worth it. Your mental state deserves more. I could go on. What do I have in my Svalin to autocast? Nothing. I'm actually not autocasting anything. Convocation isn't elemental, so it doesn't autocast. Shield charge isn't elemental, it doesn't autocast, and haste isn't elemental, so it doesn't autocast. I'm not using the autocast, I'm just using the lucky block. If I was using armor, I would take advantage of Molten Shell, and I would have Molten Shell in there. And now I would be able to save the socket on automation. But I am not doing that. What does this map have? It has monsters have increased early res, so we've lost 2 minions. It has something that's killing my minions. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think it's Awakener's Desolation. Another minion is down. I think it's Awakener's Desolation. I think that is actually killing my minions. Unless there's something else I'm not seeing. Oh, I also see there's petrification. I see. I think there's petrification in there. And if my minions aren't hitting, they aren't leeching. And if they aren't leeching, they are liable to die. So yeah, something is killing my minions. When I go in, I'll look at the mods and figure it out. It's either just... I mean, if it's an affix I can avoid, then I'll add it to the regex. And if it's not... If it's like, oh, they're just, you know, if there's nothing I see that's an obvious, oh, this is the reason, then what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to avoid Awakener Desolations. Because those things, I know Awakener is like the least minion-friendly Uber boss there is. He has too many... He has too much... in the way of just bullshit that can kill minions. I'm gonna go back into the map. My minions are gonna die again, but I'm gonna kill that boss. I may not stay as long as I would like inside this map, but let's see. Curse with Vaughn. That's not it. Ellie, ailments, no. PDR, no. No. I suspect it's this one. This is also dicey too. It makes them take more damage. Yeah, it's Awakener's Desolation. Is these things here? They are the reason. Either that or it's the mob type. But in theory,
When I'm ready and not before.
oh, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. At least I have a suspicion. I suspect it's just the mob type, and there's not much I can do about it. It's just it's the simple fact that we're running into... It's the simple fact that we're running into mobs that can petrify them, and while they are petrified, they aren't leeching. And because they're not leeching, they're just taking damage for free. That is what is happening there.
Death will never come for an immortal.
And I don't think there's a counter to, you know, lack of petrification. Your haste is affecting you, right? Yes, I have haste and I have Vow haste. I don't have... I'm going to turn on my Vow haste here.
Burns for me.
I always forget to use my Vow haste.
Kulamak, darkness walls. Mortal. Arise, my children. Feed Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
Like, see how the skeletons are, and in theory they should be killing me, but
Give your soul to me.
I need more money.
I'm less worried about them than I am worried about these beams.
Mortal.
And the boss is not a problem. So yeah, it's
Arise.
I don't see Awakener's Desolation either, so I'm guessing it's literally just the fact that they are being petrified. It's that simple fact.
Give your soul to me.
Damn it. I thought I had baited her into, basically you have to bait her into hitting and then run out. But I don't know if this is a spike in the sense that it's the reason.
Give your soul to me.
I think it might have been a spike.
Soul burns for me.
I think it was a lag spike to where on
Arise,
in my head or in game it looked to me like I had dodged, but the game was slightly lagged, so my character was still in a position where I ate the damage because I wasn't actually where I saw my character at. That is my guess. I could be wrong. It could just be a skill issue, but she doesn't have increased AoE. It would be weird if you know, it would be genuinely weird. But yeah, that was a pretty straightforward fight. And keep in mind, she had basically max res.
When I'm ready and not before.
I kind of have to play around with I kind of have to play around with the what's your face, the Medusa creatures. I need to make sure they don't petrify my minions, but so long as I make sure they don't petrify my minions or me, so long as they don't petrify my minions on me, we are chilling. They shouldn't die. So yeah, if you ever find yourself in a situation where your minions are dying, I think it pays to just take a moment to understand why they are dying in that moment, and if you, and in many situations it's something you can work around, like, oh, this is stopping them from leeching, or okay, you took a mod that has this effect. Like if you take crits, they are more prone to die because you're taking more damage. As an example, so you're like, okay, they can't handle tier 17s with crits. Mine can. Like, I think that they do just fine with tier 17s with crits. And that is why I know, like, even if this had crits, I would know that's not the only reason they were dying, and it was likely that and something else. Something else was making it so crits right now was killing them, when previously it wasn't. But yeah, I saw a mod on the Watcher's Eye, which gives you phasing while you're affected by haste. Yeah, it's a pretty good modifier. So long as there is haste on you, you have phasing. So in theory, if I really wanted, I could go for that Watcher's Eye. I could in theory go for that Watcher's Eye. You know, I just thought about something, a way to increase my elemental damage reduction. And this, if I implement this, full, my inventory is full. If I implement this, I'll be more protected against elemental damage. Oh god, my toxic sewer is full. This is what I was trying to avoid. Is everything here toxic sewers now? Yes, it is. I was trying to avoid this. But alas, here we are. The only way I get rid of them now I bought a helmet and a megalomaniac. Okay. I'm gonna use my rejects. You know, I just realized I'm doing something kind of dumb with my rejects. My 8 mod map has it checked to make sure it is rare. It doesn't need to have that check. So I now have more characters I can work with. That said, I don't need more characters I can work with, but I just realized it's dumb to check. Oh wait, Cats, you said cannot be leech mod doesn't affect us. I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect the summoner's ability to leech, because like from the conversations I've had and I haven't really ran it to check, but I know it doesn't affect our ability to leech. It doesn't stop us from leeching. So because this node says you X% of the damage dealt by your minions is leached to you as like. So I have to assume it's not placing the leech on the enemies. And the way the cannot be leech mod works is it places it on the enemies. They cannot have like a leech stack on them to then leech to someone, and this just doesn't work that way, right? So we still get leech. Why I avoid the mod is more so for my minions, because I think it still affects them, and I think it would lead to them dying a whole lot more. Like if I run the cannot be leech mod, they will probably die because I have a lot of leech. A big part of their defense is leech, so like they're leeching like 2.5%. 2 to 2.5% of their damage, because I have leech here, I have leech here, I have leech here, and I think there's one more with leech or something. You're about to tell me regen, aren't you? I don't have the points for regen. Summon Phantasm on something and take life when minions die. I have Wraith Lord. I can't do that. I cannot have non-spectre minions. It has to be specters. I can't take advantage of any when minions die modifier, sadly. The restrictions you get when you have Wraith Lord. Wait, Kat, quick question. Does Rip Phantasm Strap? Yep. Does helmet still have phase damage taken as mod, or did they remove that also? I wanted to do some, I don't remember what, but there's something I wanted to do. What could it be? I was here. Oh yeah, I had to do it. Yeah, I remember now. Okay. Maps 8 mod 72, that's you. Haste. We're gonna dump all of you in here to see which ones pass the check, and any that don't pass the check, we're gonna dump you elsewhere. And elsewhere is here. So this is where I'm going to be pulling for my... I'm going to be pulling from here for my map runners. Pretty much. This is the temporary solution I have.
maybe when I fill here with 8 mod maps, what I will do is I will switch away from map farming strats, and I will use the 8 mod maps for something. I don't know. Okay, let's just, you know, arrange y'all in a neat little corner. So I know everything up until a certain point, up until here, passes the rejects. Okay, so they probably removed the veil, but the Eldritch implicit is still there. Okay. Because I just wanted to know for non-minion builds or non-Wraith Lord builds I may play around with. PoE 40C, I think it's the jackpot. Can I link it? Sure. Wait. Don't link anything yet. I need to permit you. Permit. Joe Viking. Okay, link it. I have 160. Oh, on PoE, yeah, just add the conic and you should get me. So go, feel free.
Here's the next set. I'll get right on that paperwork.
So this was 40C and then the Megalomaniac. What build are you running? This is my first question. Chaos Res is nice. Minion skills is definitely good. And how much currency do you think you have? Do you think you're rich? Do you think you're still in like low budgets? Your first 10, 20 divines? How many divines do you think you've made this season so far? Prodigious defense, which has chance to block. That's fine. Then you have chance to block spell. Nice. Then you have spiteful presence. The armor is insane. The armor is all right on second skin. It's a nice note to have, and that alongside prodigious this defense means you just have access to block and block, which is good to have. If your build needs these block nodes to cap, that is really good. You're running the back burner, so you don't care about hatred. So the spiteful presence is unnecessary, but you don't have to. I don't think you have to path through that. You can always just ignore it and get the other two. I think it's good. Are you going? Are you going? What am I trying to say? Svalin, Lucky Shield. The helmet is good. The helmet is good. The Megalomaniac is good. Assuming hatred is better than anger in damage. Okay. POEDB. Let's look at the Karuri backburners a bit. Melee fire spectre level 78. 330% life is nice. They're decently tanky. They have armor. They also have some evasion. That's interesting. But anyways, do they convert? They convert 75% of their base physical to fire with their leap slam. Their combos all convert 75% to fire. Hatred makes it gain fizz as fire. So if you're running hatred, it's going to be awkward for you to apply, I guess, exposure and minus res, because you would have to apply to fire and cold. However, if you run early weakness and you run
Ellie weakness alongside just generic elemental support gems like Ellie focus, like minion damage, their attack specter, so you can use control destruction, but you can have multi-strike, you can have melee splash, things that aren't scaling physical like fire or cold, but rather generic. Those you can use them to scale the damage. And then for your jewels, you probably want to just scale the physical portion so that it then gets like, if you're doing 100 physical damage, 75 gets converted to fire. But then because hatred is gained as, you still gain like the whole 39% or however many percent with your aura effect as cold. So then you'd be doing like 25 fizz, 75 fire, and like 40 cold. And then, you know, skill like that. So if you're going to go the hatred route, I recommend using gloves like Grip of the Council or Replica Grip of the Council. Both of these should be gloves you look into using. You definitely want all the flat phase you can. This is what Replica Grip of the Council does. It does the exact same thing Grip of the Council. It does the exact same thing Grip of the Council does, but for fire specter. So they gain 20% fizz as extra fire, and you gain fire as and yada yada. But then Grip of the Council is this, but cold, so extra cold. So it depends on which one you think you want to scale more of. So I would advise you looking into something like this, or alternatively, you could even still look at a Triad's Grip and go 2 red, 2 greens, and that also works. Of course, generic damaging also includes like attack speed. But yeah, I'm a little confused in the links on the specters. If you're going Triad's Grip, you can go 2 red, 2 green. Keep in mind, your Triad's Grip conversion, the only thing it would convert, I don't think Triad's Grip is worth it. The only thing it would convert is the 25% of the phase damage that hasn't been converted. So because it's already converting 75, it's hard coded at 75% to fire. If you have like four green Triad Grip, that just means that the 25% that is left that hasn't been converted will be cold. So it will still go 75 fire, 25 cold. So I don't think Triad Grip is worth it. I think Grip of the Council is good though, because it's just fizz as extra, you know. So if you really want to do a significant amount of cold damage, then fizz as extra cold would be, you know, decent, because you run hatred, you run Grip of the Council, you then gain 20%, so then you have like 60% fizz as extra cold. And then if you skill some aura effect, you can maybe push that to like 75% even. And if you're looking at 75%, then all of a sudden you're doing 175% damage. Joe, 75 is cold, is fire, 75 is cold, and 25 is physical. Stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know that I feel like if I was doing your build in particular, I would go Replica Grip for the extra fire damage, just because so hatred will turn out to be more damage because it's phase as extra, while anger is flat fire. And because you only have, let's say, 6 or 8 minions, flat isn't the most efficient scaler, unless you're doing shenanigans with phase as extra and yada yada. It's not the most efficient scaler. You're probably better off with increased damage trying to scale those 6 to 8 minions that are hitting. Yeah, I think I would personally try to stack as much fizz as extra. So cold is not bad. I just think it's awkward, you know. For exposure purposes, it's very awkward, because then you would have to apply maybe your minions apply fire exposure and then you apply cold exposure with like frost bomb or something. You can have something like frost bomb on your shield. That would put full cold exposure. I was thinking wave of conviction, but I think wave of conviction does the exact same thing that elemental army does, which is whatever, which is just it only exposes to one element, not two. And more than likely is going to be the element your minions are already exposing to. Why not try Wretch Defilers? Are you talking to me or are you talking to Chill Viking? For me, I have already tried Wretch Defilers last league and I had a blast with them. And I think I might revisit Wretch Defilers. Or oh, I forgot. I have a T17. I actually forgot I opened a T17 and I just haven't run it yet. This would have closed and I would have cried. Is there any mod here that I think puts my minions at risk? I don't think so. So we're good. We're good. Oh, but these minions, aren't these like lightning protectors? Okay.
When I'm ready and not before.
So yeah, if I really had to scale your build or your minions, how would I go about it? I would start off by trying to give them as big of an increased and more multiplier pool as I could give them. Fizz as extra is obviously very nice to have, and personally that is why I really like cold specters. Base physical cold specters right now, I think I like the shenanigans you can do with Fizz as extra. You can get to really nice like base damage numbers to then start scaling from. If hatred is strong enough, I guess I do see. If hatred is strong enough, I see a.
Will never come for an immortal.
I definitely see like, should I say an argument in where it's just good for, it's just good, right? Have you phased already? Don't you have ES? I guess we've eaten through it, huh? Yeah, we have.
Your soul burns.
Oh, this is the map that had the possessed mod. Okay, kill him.
Feel death's grip. Arise, my children.
It ate my stack, so I know that. Oh fuck, we can't touch degen again.
Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
Ow.
Arise, my children.
Give me a second. I'm gonna answer your question when I'm done. You said, why am I scaling? Why do I like playing phase damage on minion?
Your soul burns for me.
Sure. I can't do that. Right. Actually, maybe can, because there are some of her mechanics that I don't really need to pay attention to. Well, you see this? I do need to pay attention to where that is. Okay, but you are scaling like phase damage on minions on the 6th link or on the tree. Oh, you mean like I would say basically what I mean by, if you have phase as extra, how would you scale it? Hatred is a big one. If you have hatred that's supplying you phase as extra, then all you have to do is scale aura effects and you're getting more phase as extra code. Basically, scale aura effect, you can easily get to 100% aura effect on your minions, and that would mean that they now gain, instead of 39%, it's gonna be 78% phase as extra code just from the aura alone. And then if you have like the gloves, you can make it to where it is now 100% fizz as extra. So basically they'd be doing 100% of their fizz and then 100% of their cold. And in your case, they would also have 25% fizz and 75 fire, which honestly that's more efficient than if you had to deal with physical and cold. And the reason it's more efficient is if you're scaling elemental, then you're really not scaling like physical damage. And remember what I said about how armor works against, like, more efficiently against smaller hits. It means they'd be doing smaller hits because you're not scaling the physical damage. So enemies will be mitigating even more of it. So it'll be doing even less damage. But if it's fire, no matter what, it's going to meet the resistance. So long as you're doing, the number is going up, it should be a non-negligible amount of damage. So you can go full send into cold and then just go elemental focus. What I would advise is go elemental weakness as your curse, but focus on maybe just exposing to cold. Of course, exposing to fire too would be ideal, but that might be too much investment for what it's worth, because I imagine you would need to, like, you will need a source of exposure that would expose to your default major damage. In this case, could be elite army, it could be anything, right? You would need that, but then you would also need a source of exposure for the damage you're not doing. So I know Stormblind was talking about a cluster jewel to where, a megalomaniac node, which is just a cluster jewel notable, to where what happens with the cluster jewel notable. Yeah, it is the one that makes it so nearby enemies are exposed to fire damage, something like that. And you can use something like that, but that is a megalomaniac node, and I'm not entirely sure it would be cheap, you know. It could be worth it if you can pick up a megalomaniac with that and 2 other nodes you need. It could be very worth it. Okay, where we I mean the base one did like multi-strike, melee phase. Oh, you mean like support gems? If I had to say, I don't know what their AoE clear is like, but most melee specters need melee splash, and you can always swap melee splash for multi-strike on single targets, just so it doesn't feel clunky when you're clearing. So that would be multi-strike. Melee phase, I think, would work in this situation, even if you're converting to cold or whatever else. It would apply at a beneficial time for your damage scaling. So long as they all have, I think it's, there we go. I think so long as they all have the attack. See, this is a problem. Melee phase is probably not going to do anything for you here. You see how this has a melee tag? This does not. And if these are the skills they are using, which I assume they are not going to benefit from melee phase. I wouldn't use melee phase. It's kind of like Ray Zombie, to where Ray Zombie has, yeah, you see how this has the attack tag but it doesn't have the melee tag. This would not benefit from melee phase, but this does because it has melee tag. So I wouldn't use melee phase. I'm always careful when it comes to melee phase. Elemental damage attacks is good, yes, and that awakened version makes it so you can run Awakened version makes it so you can run what's the name of these maps? Phase reflect maps, because it makes it so, or early reflect map rather. So because it makes it so you do not get early elemental damage reflected on attacks. So yeah, multi-strike, early damage with attacks. Early focus is fine, so that's 3. We already have multi-strike, which is attack speed 1. Let me look at support gems. I know you can't use anything like brutality, but there should be more. There should be more support gems here. You can probably use Behead, but I wouldn't. But I don't think I would use that as a first choice. Ruthless is typically fine. But yeah, we're at 3. Early damage with attacks, multi-strike, and early focus. We're scaling cold, right? I would go early pen. Yes, go early pen. Early pen is not available here, but you can buy it off of other players. It has its own recipe. It has its own recipe, yada yada. It's typically more expensive, but this is a gem you would want. It allows you to pen cold and fire res, as opposed to just focusing on one or the other. So this is another form where you just diversify your damage instead of picking any one pen. So you'd go early pen. So then you have 4 support gems. So there's one more you need. One more. What is that one more going to be? I'm going to look at my gems. I'm going to pull out the melee equivalents. Predator is fine for a single target as the last one. Minion damage is fine. You can go minion damage as the last one. This is probably what I'd recommend, actually. Yeah, minion damage is fine. But yeah, so now, so you have your links. But I'm happy to help. I'm glad that was helpful. And yeah, the whole melee thing is just something to keep in mind. It's only like there are few gems that are as finicky as melee fizz. So whenever you want to just support anything with melee fizz, it just helps to, you know, crush check to just make sure like, oh yeah, it does have the, oh god, I wasn't prepared for this map. I was not prepared for this map at all. What the fuck was that? Brain is exploding at the moment. I didn't realize this was the map that had the cannot regen. What happened there was like I couldn't regen mana, so I had to swap. What the fuck is exploding? What the hell? Oh, they also have crits, so that's something to keep in mind. But I think my minions should be fine. And also, we can run players cannot regen live so long as we use an enduring flask like so. This. We use this to sustain our mana and we are chilling. Life-wise, again, instant leech has our back, so we don't need to regen. There's something that keeps exploding and I'm not entirely sure what it is. It's like exploding ice. I don't know if it's a move or if it's... I don't know what it is. But yeah, I think another thing is the thing that is exploding is also just critting. I don't know. Is it a drowning orbs? No, these are not drowning orbs. Drowning orbs are could I get your all right, just give me a second. Let's see. Sure. Let's see, what is this? Oh, first let's look at the item. It has good life. It has suppress. It has regen. It has increased life. It has armor. Suffixes are suppress. And it has armor evasion as an armor evasion base. So this is a really good base. And it's 29%. Oh, this is going to be fucking expensive. This is going to be actually expensive. So how do we price check this? Let's just check all these values first and foremost. And then this. It's at least 10 divines. It's probably more because of the quality. And then increase explicit defense modifier, 50 divines. I would say it's at least 50D, if not for anything else. The quality is huge. I would list at 50. Actually, just start at 75 and take it down by like 5 every hour or 2. That's what I'll do with that base. Start at like 75, take it down every hour, and see how much it lands on. It's in maps like this that I know, like, I really need my anti-crits, because if I had my anti-crit tattoos, I wouldn't have died there, because I think what happened was they exploded. I didn't block like 2 of those hits, and and of course I ate shit for it.
Will never come for an immortal. Darkness swarms.
So
When I'm ready and not before.
Your soul burns for me.
oh, you're dead? Don't you typically like get teleported to the center? That's a crit. That's a crit. This map is very spicy because of that crits. I can't eat the damage with the crits because it's like 128 crit multi. That is wild. Why did I think I could run one? I forgot about my map effect. I went with 75% crits. So if anything goes through my block, it's most likely going to be a crit. Most likely. And it's a lot harder to survive that crit. So I need to make sure things don't.
Give your soul to me.
Like, these are things that wouldn't really phase me.
Mortal.
But they are now because crits. Oh, that was scary. Playing with death, yep. I like to live life on edge. Yikes. I just have to clear the rest of the map very carefully is all. So I'm not gonna go like, I'm not gonna go as aggressively as I would. I just hang back a bit more. But like they have 1,000% increased crit chance. Let's say they had a base crit chance of 5. That is 50%. That already increases it to 50% crit chance. Just if it was a base of 5. If it was a base of higher than 5, you know, it just scales from there. But you know one thing that has impressed me so far? My minions haven't died. That has impressed me. These guys have been eating crits, but they've been surviving. And it just goes to show like they should be fine. Unless like there's something else at work. Now I'm not gonna make myself any squishy at this map. Something is exploding. I think it's them. Those aren't the regular ones that just drain you. No, these ones have extra steps. I don't know why they have extra steps, but they have extra steps. Yo, leave me alone. I'm trying to click this. Actually, on second thought, that's Verisium. It can be very dicey. Can be. I'm gonna be back for it. Yeah, I'm so tempted to hit the I am so tempted to hit the player. Ooh, I like that sound. Oh, nice. A free scare up from my troubles. I'll take it. The more I run T17 maps, the more I realize just how much gold was balanced around T17 maps. I said I wasn't gonna do that. I still did it. I died. That's on me. But yeah, the more I play T17 maps, the more I realize, yo, they really did balance this gold around here. Because, like, I have a surplus of gold now. I have 200k right now. I fully upgraded my town already. So now, literally, all I'm doing is... I'm just literally just rerolling creatures. Like, that's all I'm doing. Just rerolling. No, I say creatures. I'm rerolling workers. You know, the irony is I take less damage being closer to enemies because of my aura, but in this case, because of the crit, it's like it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna eat shit for it. So I'm probably gonna die doing this, but let's go get that Verisium if I can remember exactly where it was. Where was it? I think it was like here.
Need more mana.
I think it was just like down here. Yeah, there it is. We're not going to charge it too much. We'll probably just take it to like 400. Stay the fuck away from me with your crits, my guys. I don't want none of that smoke. Oh, I only have 2 minions left. I just realized that I'm like, where's my... I don't feel the regular amount of projectiles being hurled at the enemies, you know? It didn't feel the same. And I was like, oh wait, I just have 2 minions. Either the crits caught up to them, or those orbs finally did them in. I suspect the orbs. I suspect it was the orbs. Because the orbs would have hit them at a time when they couldn't leech. And because they couldn't leech, they just slowly died. Pretty much. All right, we're done. Two minion, yep. Actually 4 because we still had these 2. And they were putting in work. So the last one is this one. This one is going to be rough because they have plus infinite early res, so they are capped on early res, so 75 early res, but they also gain endurance charges on hits, so they could, in theory, they could have 60%. Well, this doesn't increase their max early res endurance charges, so they could be at 45% multi endurance charges, like 45% elemental damage reduction, and then 75% res. And then, so if you do the math, if we do the math, it is 1 times 0.25, or better still, 1 times 0.75. Oh my god, I didn't. 1 times 0.75. Oh my goodness, what am I doing? One minus, I know it's times 0.25, which amount of damage you would do, but it's reducing a damage of 1 by 75%. Do I do minus 75%? Either way, minus 0.25 or times 0.25. I'm just going to do that. So we do 0.25 times. Then there's a 45% damage reduction, so that's times 0.55. So in theory, I should be, basically they'd be mitigating. I would be doing 13.75% of my regular damage against them if they have their 3 endurance charges. Now this doesn't account for pen, so I should be doing maybe more, a bit more than this, because with pen we're basically ignoring 39% of res. I don't know that exposure does anything here because they are already overcapped. So it would reduce their resistance, but I'm not sure the amount it reduces it by is more than the amount that they're overcapped by. So like here. Oh wait, does exposure, you know, PoE does overcapped res counter exposure. Yes, it does. So let's say they have a base of 40 early res as monsters typically do, and then they have 95, that's 135. If I apply an exposure of 15, it's not gonna do jack shit. All right, it's not doing shit. So yes, exposure doesn't do anything, but we ignore 39% of their res. So instead of doing, where's the same calculator? So instead of having a res of 75, I'm ignoring 39, so they end up with 36 res. So it's going to be 0. Well, it's going to be 1 minus 0.36, I think, times. No, it's not. In this case, it's not 1 minus anymore. It's times 0.
5-5, something like this. So with my pen into like play, I'd be doing like 35% damage, something like that. My math could be very wrong, but I think it's correct. It's almost midnight. I can't even blame myself or my brain for not braining right now. It is what it is. But I do think I do think it's accurate. What do you think, Kat? Is that math accurate? With my 39% res, I should be doing 35% of my initial damage to them with all the elemental damage reductions and reses. Roughly. Or in other words, you're still reducing my damage by 65%. There's a rogue exile here. Why do I have rogue exiles? Oh wait, you know, I just remembered something. Oh yeah, I already switched it. Okay.
Death will never come for an immortal.
I need more mana.
This is still good damage, to be honest. Thanks for letting me know. Didn't realize. Oh, you didn't realize that zombie slam is in melee? Yeah. It's interesting that they've left it the way that they actually didn't give it a melee tag. But yeah, their slam doesn't benefit from melee phase, sadly.
Arise, my children.
So if you ever do a raise zombie or slamming build for whatever reason, you definitely don't want to put melee phase.
Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me.
Here we have our
Arise, my children. Feed. Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Arise, my children.
yeah, you're dead. I think I still have good DPS. All of Carrion Golem's attacks are melee though. Nice. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that for your Carrion Golems in any case. It's just your zombies. And I mean, ideally, you're not really scaling the zombie slam regardless.
And not before.
But it is also just nice to have more consistent damage by making sure the few times they do slam, you're not cocking their damage, you know. It doesn't get affected by multi-strike, rootless. The slam is the most damage attack they have. Yes, it is, but they're also very like until you get to the point where, oh my god, my inventory is full. How are you already full? With that info, you literally yeah. I've learned a lot over the time I've been working on minion builds and just interacting with other minion users. Like that bit of information, I think I learned it from Zurath on the Summoners server. It's not the most obvious and it's not the most intuitive, but it's good information. Zombie on slamming is, in theory, should be the most DPS, even though POB doesn't calculate it well because it doesn't know how to comprehend like cooldowns and stuff. Kill this thing now. Oh, Chill Viking, thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the supports. Anyways, they are good. They scale both flat and you really want Ruthless and Melee Fist though. Why those two in particular? Oh, that's something I don't care about. I've always looked at Ruthless as a gem that's nice, but a gem that's, you know, unless I'm going bleed, I don't care too much about it simply because I'd rather just have the, you know, consistent damage of having every attack do more damage than 1 in every 3. Now, granted, they go through those 3 attacks very quick, so you probably don't notice. And on average, it's a big multi still. It's still competing with the other 30% mores, right? It's still up there, but I don't know. You know, really appreciate the help. You know, if you have any more questions, you know, feel free to shoot my way.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
Even on Discord or like if I'm not streaming or if I'm on. Oh, I thought I was about to die to DD. If I'm streaming or not, you know, and I'm more than happy to help. Woo! Okay. I am always very careful of the explode strong box. Whenever I open a strong box, I leave by default because it's very easy to miss detonate. Like sometimes I actually get it like, oh yeah, it's detonate, but I do have like sometimes there's just something else that distracts you and like, oh, there's no detonate, and then you die and like, oh god damn it. Should have left. But it's too late. It is too late. Don't say that. I don't mind. If I can, I will try to help. And I'm not all knowing, so there are going to be questions you might have that I might not have the answers to, but to the best of my abilities, I will try to answer. And that goes for the same for anybody else in chat that might have questions. You know. Okay. Did someone just try to buy something, or is that... Which one is better to use? +1 Spectres with Armor ES, Max Life Ints, or +1 Spectre, Armor ES, Max Life, Strength, Fire Res. This has 149, 166. This one is the better base. It looks like, at least, because this, oh, it could just have better stats. It has T1 Armor ES, whereas this has T3 increased Armor ES and Stun, which is not as efficient. So defensively, this is just better. Defensively, this is better, and you have more suffixes to work with. So if you really wanted to, you could craft the suffixes of this. But yeah, I'd go with this one, the Oblivion Wrap. Searing Exarch. So if I wanted to, I could replace my effect of non-curse auras with Max Res. What do my non-curse auras do? Flesh and Stone don't scale with aura effects. Well, no, they don't. They don't, right? No. They scale with... Flesh and Stone scales with area, but not with effects, if I remember correctly. Then aspects don't scale with aura effects. So what else is taken? This is buffing haste and zealotry, and those two are big for my damage. If I were to remove that, I think it's a decent DPS loss, so we're not gonna do that. It's nice DPS, it's nice arm, like defensive gain, but where's the Twilight Regalia? Where's Twilight Regalia? Okay, just sort it. There you go. Edit. If I were to do this, we lose 600k damage. So yeah, we want to keep that. Speaking of which, another upgrade step would be to get these higher than greaters and grands and whatnots, but that's an expensive step, so we're not going to do that now. And to end the stream, we are going to just spend a bunch of okay, I'm just seeing YouTube chat now. Because you actually really want rulers on this, they are good, they skill both the flat hit and the poison. Oh yeah, the double dip. I know melee phase I think does, because it has more physical, it's like more physical damage or some. Let me see. I don't know that. Wait, let me see. Melee phase, because I know they removed a lot of the double dipping that used to be in the game. Melee phase, that's this one. More melee phase damage and then more damage with poison caused by melee hits. So if you're going for an unhit build that has chance to bleed or chance to poison, they scale both of them, yes, and it's big. But if you go something like, let's say you go deadly ailments, then the hit damage is negligible. So melee phase is nice. Then you said Ruthless also does this. More melee damage and more damage with ailments caused by the melee hits. Yeah, I guess. It does. It does. What else does this in terms of poison? Can I think of anything else? Chaos doesn't have too much support because, you know, fire, cold, lightning, there really isn't the chaos color except maybe white. And there's no support here. Vicious projectile, might be one. Where it's like more physical projectile AD and more physical dots. So this might be a variant of that for ranged. I don't know that it double dips. There is one way I can easily check on POB specifically, and that is to use an old, whatchamacallit, a build guide of way old, which is Poison Skelly Mages. Where is it? What season was my Poison Skelly? I feel like it's this one. I feel like it's this one. Skills, yes, this is it. So if I were to replace what? Did I have faster projectile? I don't remember. Let's put vicious projectiles here and let's look at POB's numbers. We don't have deadly ailments here. There's nothing reducing the hit damage. So if we look in here, Val Summon Skelly, we have Awaken Minion damage, custom. Oh, this was back when Anomalous was a thing. This was how we're getting, I think, return projectile back then. Isn't it what how much the game has changed? Because I was so confused why I had faster proj. Like, it doesn't make sense to have faster proj. Wait, not 9 does, because Anomalous had to return projectile, so that was the more multiplier. Thank goodness for the notes I write with my shit, eh? I would have been so lost. You know what? I'm gonna leave it in. Just as a reminder. I'm not gonna save any of changes I make now. Let's see. So nothing like vicious projectile or whatever is showing here, right? Effective dot multi is Amanamu's, total more is vicious projectile has more chaos damage. So chaos dot is applying here, right? But then you would think this hit damage would have the more of the, I guess no. The reason for this not being the case is they don't do base of physical, so they wouldn't get that. But if I switch this to Wow Summon Skelly of Archers, then I think they do? Question mark? I don't know. Vicious is still here. It's not here. I don't know why it's not here. It's not here either. Oh, I think I know why. It wasn't on the archers. So here we have awakened minion damage, we have pierce. But we don't have vicious projectiles. Why don't we have vicious projectiles? It has a more physical, it has increased physical damage, it has more chaos dots, and it has physical projectile attack damage. The physical projectile attack damage just isn't showing as killing the hits. You know what we can do? We can open, let's see if there's any posts about it. POV does melee fizz support double dip. Early focus is better for combustion. It's better than combustion. Combustion reduces their fire res by an amount, so it scales the fire portion, but it doesn't scale the cold portion. But early focus scales both of them. They both just do 39% more damage. This doesn't answer the question. I'm surprised. Like I'm not seeing what I'm thinking. Yeah, so the ailment damage wouldn't be scaled by that portion. Yes, I get it. But the hit damage should be. So is this just a POB problem? Okay. Also doesn't answer the question. Nah. Mm, it's weird, right? I feel like it should scale like I expect. Like it should scale the hits with the projectile attack damage, and it should also scale the, because it's just not even there as a more modifier at any point in that calculation. It only shows up in the ailment. So either that is a POB issue or there's something I'm missing.
I've got plenty more eager to sign up.
What do you think, Kaz? Do you think I was looking in the wrong place? This is mapping 8. I'm gonna hire you for mapping 8. I'm gonna drop you in there.
On that paperwork.
Someone else died? Looks like you're up. Get in there.
Dangerous work, but they can handle it.
Mapping 8, shipping 8. I'll hire from mapping 8. If you ever have to decide between mapping and in a different profession, give them mapping. Why? Because this in general is more expensive. You probably don't want a good occupational person to have mapping, period. That's probably not something you want. Mapping 8 goes in. Disenchanter 9 is fine, but no need. Shipping 9, I'll take you. Mapping 9, I'll take you. I'm just saving like extra mappings for when they do die, because they will die. Mining 10. I don't need more mining. My mining is efficient enough. I don't need more. I don't think I want more. But I'll hire you and just leave you in there. No reason. Disenchanter, mapping 9, I'll take you. Mapping 8, I will take you. Shipping 9, I'll take you. I need shipping 10s. Farming 9, I will take you. Mining 10, I don't need you. Farming 9. Oh. You just had to have mapping, eh? But you have farming 9 too. Farming 9. Alright. So let's just sort out the farmings first. All the 9s need to go in. So 8, 8, 9,
Sonya will make good use of
9. Now there was a 9 that had, I feel like there was one I had for mapping that was, so the mapping was not the left one, but I think I've already pushed them into a map, so it should be fine. So then this one should have a mapping 9 or farming 9 rather.
Sonya will make good use of them.
Then we just have farming 8s, a lot of them. So for the farming 8s, we just start replacing these 7s.
The choice is made. Done.
With the 8s until we run out of 7s to replace.
The choice is made.
Then we're going to remove the most expensive 7. Okay, so these are the only 7s left, and the most expensive is 3, 6, 3,
the choice
3,
is made.
202. Go in. 317 goes in.
Sonya will make good use of them.
Then we have shipping 9. I think we already have our fair share of shipping 9. We don't need more here. Mapping 9. Who is the most expensive? You.
It's dangerous work, but they can
Yeah. And then we dump the 8s. What is under mapping 9? Throw mapping 9 in there.
It's dangerous work, but they can.
So we only have 1 8 left. And this is a mapping 8. So mapping 8 needs to go in. The one with farming, so it doesn't confuse me, needs to go in there. All of these are, there's 7s in here.
The choice is made.
And they just need to be replaced by all the 8s.
It's dangerous work.
So then I can start putting 8s in here. And then all the 7s as well. And we're done with mapping. Okay. Next, shipping. This has all the 9s, so we don't need more. You need 9s though. You don't need 9s? Okay. You need 9s? Yes, you do. How many 9s do we have? 1, 2. Basically, didn't I pick up one that was annoyingly expensive? Was that a farmer? Yeah, I think it was a farmer. Basically, we're going to just pick out the most expensive because these are all 8s.
Done.
We have 1, 2, 9. So the next one is you. And I'm gonna put a 9. I'm gonna put a 9. It's funny how these are boots I've decided I'm not going to use. This one and this one is I'm going to use it here and there. But for the most part, I barely use it. Remove the 8, remove the 8. And now they are actually decked out with like proper crew. And I just wouldn't use it. Who else is left? Farming 7s. I think they should be removed. Now we have this enchanting and mining. I said I didn't need mining. I'm just gonna leave it in there. This enchanting, on the other hand, I kind of do want another 9.
Done.
I'll just take the 8s efforts.
A wise assignment.
I already have too much gold, so it's not like it bothers me too much.
I'll add it to our balance.
I saw them. I finally saw the revenants for like a split second and they shattered. Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. Yeah, they are very annoying. They are not balanced. And they are disgusting to face. But they are there. Never mind, to scale the fire and cold damage like you say earlier, I need to re-equip my Animate Guardian too. Yeah, for Animate Guardian, what would I equip an Animate Guardian with? What the hell is going on with these two? What the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at? What? Huh? I don't know what this is. Anyways, they're trying to do their best. They're trying to reach me as fast as they can, but like, you know, they just don't. I'm just slightly out of reach. So close but so far. Anyways, what would I equip with an Animate Guardian on that kind of build? If I had an Animate Guardian, explode chests with percent increase max health. Explode chest with percent increase max health. I would give it a I would wait. Wiki. Can Crown of the Tyrants, I don't think it can support physical damage, so fire, cold, lightning, chaos. So I might do this one for just the all res negative. This is very useful for that particular mod, so I would probably go Crown of the Tyrant and just give it like a blue socket because it only has 1 socket. So this will be the helmet. The chest piece could be explode. Yeah, I think you do get the explode chest piece. That's just the best. You get grave binds, and you get legacy of fury boots. You get legacy of fury boots, so they apply scorch, and scorch just does a generic elemental resistance nerf. So I think it's minus. Where's scorch? Scorch is minus 30% based on the damage of the hits. Okay, so it's 30%, but with this one it has like increased effect of Scorch. So you have like, I think it's base 15, was it 15%, something like that? Does it mention how much? It doesn't say, I forget, but I think it's like 15% res with increased effect, which would then be scaled to like 22%. But either way, it's just it's generic elemental res reduction. So it boosts the fire and the cold part. The helmet is also boosting fire and
I should have a drink with
cold.
later.
The gloves, grave binds. I'm gonna pull them up just so you have them. How much is Crown of the Tyrant going for right now? Before you get your Crown of the Tyrants, you can just go for a layer cast. This is if you're on a budget, this is what you start with. It just gives them increased damage. But eventually you do want the Crown of the Tyrant because that'll give you more DPS. Crown of the Tyrant. Okay, it's 3.5. Yeah, eventually you want to get this, but you don't. It's not a rush. So for now, you use layer cast, and for weapons, you have two options here. Do you have a source of external charges? Because if you don't, then you would want to use a Victorious Charity, a replica Victorious Charity shield to give, what's it called? To give endurance charges to yourself and your minions, and then frenzy charges. And because we use the Gravebind gloves, because we use Gravebinds, every kill in the AG's vicinity is attributed to the AG, and as such, it has a 10% chance of giving a frenzy charge. And as for hits, those explodes hits, and when they hit, it also has a chance to proc this one to then give you endurance charges. So just know, while you're clearing the map, you have infinite endurance charges and you also have infinite frenzy charges. When you get to the boss, your endurance charges might fall because it's on kill, right? But your frenzy, this is Rebind. This is the line we want because of it. And you can potentially get this with elemental weakness on hits for your AG. And if you get it with, it can be expensive with elemental weakness on hit corruption. But if you get your AG to apply elemental weakness on hits, then you can go for a second curse, equip your AG with windscreen boots instead, which would allow them to apply an extra curse. Or I think there's a mod you can get on your explode chest piece, a hunter mod. I think there's a hunter modifier that has, you can apply an additional curse. It's not here. Where's POB? I think it's Crusader that has the explode mod. So if I created a new item, this is something you would have to make. This is an expensive chest piece, so eventually you would want to craft this, but this is not going to be your budget setup. You don't go for this on budget. On budget, you go for, this is what you would probably be going for right now. You would be going for something like Doppelganger. You're going for this just to make it so he takes less physical damage and chaos damage, and he regens this once he gets hit. So this is a very good defensive piece. This is probably what you want to start with, but eventually you would want to shift into this, which is Crusader, I think, and Hunter. And I think Crusader has chance to explode as, this is the Hunter. Yes, the Hunter makes it so your AG can apply an additional curse, and then your, the Crusader that has explode. Yes, enemies you kill have a chance to explode, dealing damage. So you'd want to craft these with Awakener orbs. So you give it these two prefixes and then just probably craft
percent increased life from this mod, so you increase the age's life by 8%. And here you can just give it, and you can just roll any res. Like you can just, prefixes cannot be changed, fire res. Actually, no, you probably want to do chaos res, because other reses, he's probably going to be capped from other sides of the tree. So like this, you don't need the crown of tyrant's helmet. You just need to reforge an influence helmet. In his case you do, because if you reforge, I know what you're talking about. He is doing multi-elemental, so that is the problem. That is why I'm not going for, like, I know they all have different they all reduce like different elements. I know there's one for cold, there's one for nearby enemy stick. So this is the only one, shaper. You could also use a shaper helmet to get 9% increased damage, but this, if you have a source of bone chill, for example, and you have a source of because you have scorch, you have a source of, if you have bone chill and a source of chill, and you have let's say skitterbots applying shock, which also increase damage taken, and you intimidate. Do you have a source of intimidate? This is cheaper and less risky. Yes, it is. So this is an option for you. You can go for a helmet with shaper influence, and that can roll nearby enemies take increased early damage. And honestly, crafting these things that have like multi and to craft this item, all you have to do is find a craft of Exile. Find a base, a helmet base that is a level that can roll it. So let's say just any helmet base. It has shaper influence. So you find one that has shaper influence, and all you have to do is just alt spam it until you hit this mod. It needs to be eye level 85, so find a base that's eye level 85 and alt roll it, and you will eventually hit this one. And once you hit it, just augment it, regal it into a rare, craft something, an attribute you want or a stat you want. So in the case of an AG, what could you might want to go for any of these stats? Or is there anything that's particularly good? Chance to suppress spell damage is a mod you really can't find. You can't really push on minions. So giving him this, you know, gives him a defensive layer that he wouldn't otherwise have. So you can just craft suppress spell damage or just chaos res. Walk orbit to get, yes, you can. What element? I think it's Redeemer that has code, right? Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, if you want to Awakener Orbit, it's more money, because Awakener Orb is over a Divine. I don't know if he wants to spend a Divine, but I mean, chill Viking. It's an option that's available to you. May I get your help figuring out why POB isn't showing my true DPS? Sure. I don't know if you can post a link in YouTube chat though, but sure. I don't mind helping. But yeah, if an Awakener's Orb is in your budget, then all you have to do is alt spam a Shaper helmet on eye level 85. Keep in mind that eye level 85 minimum, and until you hit this mod, then you get a second helmet. The second helmet should be Redeemer, or there's one that's fire. I just need to figure out who's fire. Warlord is fire. Okay. Or Warlord. I probably recommend Redeemer, because it sounds like you potentially skill the cold damage. Whichever one POB says you're doing more of, fire or cold damage, that's the one you go for. But anyways, you then roll the second base until you have minus cold res or fire res. and of course eye level 85, and then you throw an Awakener's Orb on both of them, and they combine and keep those influence mods. Keep in mind, you want them to only have these two modifiers as the influenced modifier. So you don't want to have your let's say your Shaper helmet having this mod and any of these mods beside it once it's a rare. You don't want these stats on the item. You just want this one, and then generic starts from like this pool. And then for the same thing, Redeemer, you only want the minus res, and then every other stat should be in this pool. And then I think we Awakener's Orb, you right click the Awakener's Orb, and then you click on the item you want to be the base. So the base that it should retain, you click on that first, and then you click on the base to destroy. It says it on the wiki, so if you're ever confused as to which one is going to be destroyed and which one is going to be kept, just check the wiki bar. Then you click on the one you want to keep, and then the other one, and then you click on the one you want to keep, then the one you want to destroy, and then both affixes would be on the one you clicked first, or the one you chose to keep. And you then craft knowing your suffixes are there. If you want to do anything like reforge, remember to lock your suffixes, yada yada. Awakener's Orb, and of course you can elevate it. Elevating influence mods upgrade it to tier 0. So instead of being like 6%, it would be 9%, as an example. Another example of an Awaken mod is +1 Spectre Boots. By default, it's +1, but when you elevate it, it becomes +2 to level of raised Spectres. But that's not, that is whatever. It's like not information that's important right now. Kill Flower, if you're still here and you can't post your POB to YouTube chat, you can check me out on Twitch and post the link there. I believe my Twitch, you can post links on Twitch so long as it's from POB and YouTube. So just you can hop on over to Twitch to send the link. But yeah, this is the Awakener Orb, the one you would use to merge those two influence items together. And yeah, that's basically it. Okay, we have POB here. So you said it's not showing your DPS. This is because your main damage, you need to click the include in full DPS number, and then you see your full DPS here. Now this is not all there is, because I don't know your build, so you would have to you'd have to configure it. But from the looks of it, it looks like you're supposed to be using endurance charges, so you might want to take, yes, you have endurance charges from somewhere. You have a source of charge generation. I don't know, I think it's this. Yeah, you have an 8% chance to gain endurance charges on hit, so this is how you get on kill. So this is how you get the endurance charges. I mean, on single targets you don't get it, bro. So you have to activate that. What else is a reason you might have damage? You have rage. How much rage do you have?
I should have a drink with Tusion later.
POB keeps lowering my damage whenever I click something. POB is just calculating everything based off the settings that are currently there. So it depends. If you, let's say, turn this off, it means it's not supporting the gem anymore, so it's not affecting it anymore. If you drop your Pride aura, your damage is going to go lower because Pride increases damage. If you have onslaughts, you're going to be doing more damage. If you have frenzy charges, you're going to be doing more damage. So I don't know the specifics of your build in particular, but you have to configure all of these. To, like, here we can go for maximum effect Pride. That's assuming they've stayed in your Pride long enough for it to ramp up. So you'd use that one.
Is your banner planted? You have a banner. So this is your DPS when you plant your banner. What else is there? Cruelty. I don't know this, but you know, you could go for configuring that. Do you have any of these buffs? I assume you have some sort of rage for it to show there. You have a source of rage somewhere. Let me see, rage. Is there any rage? Yeah, you have this entire rage wheel. In one rage. Yeah, so you are using rage. So you can just put a figure here that you typically get to. Base maximum rage is 30, so you know. I don't know if they, I don't think there's one. It's still a maximum one. Maybe there is. I don't know. But you put like an average rage you typically you're typically on. My friend has 4.5 million DPS and kills the same boss slightly faster. So you think you have 4.5 million DPS? Do you have your friend's POB? If you have your friend's POB, you can send that. And you can look at his config. That could help you. You think there's no Gravebinds with early weakness on trade? Yeah, it's very possible. It's something that goes off the market just like that. Like if I had to look, Gravebinds, early weakness, implicits. Oh, there's two, but they're very expensive. So I wouldn't recommend this right now. It's way out of your budget. But I assume this would work. This is the search. Let's just make sure it does. Yeah, that's the search. So if you save that, you can always use the link and get to the setting to find that if you know you want to buy it. No, I'm saying that it doesn't seem right, and I'm bleed and he's kinetic blast, so I can't really use his. Okay. I don't know the specifics of your build, so I can't really configure the config, and the config is typically important. And I can even show you an example of the config just being important in the way of like my build. Now this is specific to, again, my build, right? So if I go into, this is my current character, it has 20.9 million DPS. If I were to just turn off exposure, I turn off my nerve, I turn off my chill, I am not signaling prey, I don't have feeding frenzy, I don't, you know, all of these are just off. My damage is already 9 mil. I lost more than half of my damage without my config. And I can't, like, off the top of my head, I can't see everything you're doing. Like, I don't know, okay, your exposure or how much percent chance you are ignoring. Those are typically things that affects, that POB already looks at. So the things that POB wouldn't look like, how much rage do you think you have on average when you're doing DPS to a boss? That is my first question. That would determine everything, because if you have 30 rage, your DPS shoots up, but if you don't, you have no DPS. Earthquake, I don't know how POB calculates earthquake, but what you could do, you know what you could do? Go to YouTube, pull up an earthquake POE earthquake gladiator. There's probably someone doing a talkative try as this. I don't know that he would have a POB. So let's use this one. Oh, you use POE Ninja. Why? A bad example. Let's find someone else. Yes, SST. Sure it is. But let's see. POB, cool. POB, he has 1 mil DPS on POB. It's entirely possible POB isn't calculating the DPS properly. I don't know. This is Spectral Shield Throw. Not the same. I thought it was a bleed. Do you have a POB try? Oh, this is strictly just tips. And this is accounts. He doesn't have a... I think he released a build guide video at some point. Nah, he didn't. On average, maybe 15 or 20. Okay, we can start there.
You make me wanna pop.
Okay, let's not just have a video randomly playing in the background. I know I'm not wearing my headsets, but you guys can hear it all the same. So we start off with 15. All right, cool. We know we have 15 stacks. If you want, this is the typical metric we use. We use Shaper, Pinnacle Boss or Shaper DPS to calculate just for uniformity in the build creation scene, typically. Do you know your cruelty? Do you have cruelty up often? Your banners. Can you give me any specifics on what you have there? Have you blocked recently? Probably your gladiator. You have that, so probably. Have you killed recently? In a wave clear scenario, yes. If we're looking at single target DPS, sure. Do you have a source of frenzy charges? It might just not be calculating earthquake correctly. It's possible. It's possible. But it's also possible that it does. And I can't really tell you if it does or doesn't, but it has all of these. You have all of these sources of increased damage. You have these sources of this. Are you scaling bleed? Yes, you are. You're a bleed gladiator. So I would say it should be calculating bleed properly if bleed is your main source of DPS for the most part, and you would use average figures. Yeah, element is average. Does he have anything for aggravated bleeds? No. Do you have any source of intimidate? I don't think so. You're quite low budget. You haven't gotten awakened anything yet, because I think awakened melee phase has intimidate or something like that. I forget. Blood rage should already be active. Vulnerability, all of these should be active. Determination. War banner, I put that it displays. Victorious charity can be used with a 1 hand and 2. No. Victorious charity, you would use that typically with an explode synth base, so it's something like this. POE.seal. You go for synthesized, yes. Enemy explode tense implicit. So you go for that mod on a one-handed weapon. So you'd buy something like this as a base and you'd give it to your AG. So this gives them a chance to explode. And you'd use this alongside your AG setup and he would explode. But there was something someone pointed out today, which is that there is this one-handed mace that allows you to apply rune smithing enhancements to it, and AGs have been proven to work off of those enhancements. So you could potentially give him this weapon, but give him enhancements that would help him. So I think of, you can give him flat. I don't know, you don't really care about those flats, but like burning enemies you kill have a 10% chance to explode could be chill, you know. It could give you extra explode, which is what we're looking for, right? This might be a cheaper alternative for it. We just have to make sure they are burning, which with early focus they wouldn't be burning, I guess. I don't know how you would get them to burn. I have no idea how you do that with early focus. I guess maybe if you support your AG with something that would allow for burns, that could be a source. If you have minions to throw away, maybe nah, it wouldn't work. It would not work. I had an idea. 8 times 12, 96. Okay. Blood Rage equal Frenzy. Blood Rage is Frenzy charges. True. So yes, you do have Frenzy charges. Is the enemy moving would be aggravated. Okay. Just to make sure you have the ascendancy that has the aggravated bleeds, right? Yeah, so that's this. Is the enemy bleeding? Yes, but it already has that. What else are we looking at? There's one that gives flat lightning on axis. You can veil craft phase as extra. Yes, we can do something like that. If we give them a two-hander. If you give them a one hand, it's still decent because it's just free lightning damage, but you know. I don't think I have frenzy, but I have endurance at 1 with 8% to get more on kill. If you have a minimum of 1, POB would already calculate it, but I just give you the maximum of 3. You have frenzy charges from your blood rage, so we give you frenzy charges. So you're up to 400k. You should be 45, but I don't know if it's going to be up permanently. I have no idea how 45 works exactly, so there's that. Do you have a source of crush or intimidate? That is the question. I don't think you do. Let's just make sure Earthquake doesn't have any debuffs already. This is initial impacts, aftershock. So this is probably where the majority of your damage is coming from. Actually, probably both of them. So you have 1 mil DPS. Now that I read the skill, it seems like the explosion, the aftershock, is where a good chunk of the damage will be coming from. So you have it there, and what else can we think about? Is there anything else you can think about that would affect your damage? We have your war banner placed. Keep in mind it's not going to always be placed, so take the number of the green assault ball. If you're at 15 rage, all of these settings are up, then these are things you would have. Anything else you can think of? Sure. I don't mind. I always plan on posting it once we're done. Can we think of anything? Your major god, you're probably on Brian King, and you're probably on maybe physical damage reduction while moving or something. While moving. Physical damage reduction for every enemy near you or something like that. This one. Probably this one, but you could be on any of them. It doesn't matter. This is all for just your max hits and your this. If you're fortified with an average of like 5 stacks, you can just do that. You have 45. I don't know how. What would you say your average 45 is? Like, average amount of stacks you have with 45. Killed recently, maybe Onslaught if they have it. Killed recently. Bleed DPS goes up, attack rate goes up. Sure. But what is it? Where exactly is this coming from? A weapon? Or a gem? It could be a gem. Top multi, global fizz. No, it's not a gem. Not a gem. Where would killed recently be coming from? Maybe a skill? Oh, maybe it's the explosion that's no, it's probably not. The tree? Maybe. Recently. There's nothing there. No. Nothing has been selected at least. But there is this one. No, but this is blocked. Anyways, it's... Well, you don't think you have 45? Okay, we'll remove these then. Because if you have this, which should in theory give you some 45 if you do a big enough hit with the earthquake. So you should have 45. It's just I don't know how much damage you do averagely to see how much you would then be doing. You know? Also, do you want Swift Affliction on Earthquake? On Bleed? I feel like you don't. Like, you don't want Unbound Ailment, or you kind of do, but you kind of don't, because you're not really looking forward to it lasting too long. But I think something like... Okay, let's do a DPS check real quick. We're going to give you the same levels, but let's use... This is a melee skill, right? Yeah, so let's use melee fizz. And let's turn off this, and let's do 0 19. This is more DPS than Swift Affliction. This is 1.38. This is 1.22. So you're probably better off with melee fizz than Swift Affliction. Now, granted, Swift Affliction isn't really calculated well with POB, typically, because like when you're dealing with trash mobs, this would make the ailment tick faster, so they would just die quicker. But you're probably better off with melee fizz, as an example. I haven't worked with cruelty or 45, so you know I can't really tell you how they work or not. But yeah, I think this is a good baseline. I don't know that there's any configuration we're missing. There could even be custom configs we're supposed to like add here that we don't know, but I think this is a good baseline. So there you go. If you can stop blocking my chat, I can post this. So that is the new POB that's kind of configured. It's a slam, so war cries use if use recent like war cries. Do you have any source of like giving a war cry a banner or power rather? I guess it would also see if you had that, but I don't see any war cries. Yeah, it doesn't look like there are war cries here. There's an eternal blessing. Why eternal blessing? I'm assuming you use pride for like clear and then you switch to determination for bosses. That's my guess. So back to the AG and enchants you could give it. Isn't bleed on hits really good for explosions, especially if you go chest piece and one-handed? Okay, not going one-handed though. Not going one-handed. Um. So you said, Katz, that the flat lightning per blue socket scales well with the explode, right? Because it's a good amount of flat damage, right? Something like that. These two are good too. Cover enemies in ash and cover enemies with frost. These are really good debuffs. And if you're wondering what they do, ash increases fire damage taken and reduces the enemy's movement speed, and frost increases cold damage taken and reduces the amount of crits. Yeah, it gives them 50% less crit strike chance. So but if you apply those two, you're a lot more resilient to crits, because odds are eventually they will get covered in frost. I don't know that it's going to be permanently. I think it depends on how fast your AG attacks or if there are explosions going on too. But these are two good options. How many? I think this one allows you to put 2 enhancements, so you can also just put like frost and then go for something else. So far the best has been frost. Frost. What's the other one? I don't think minions can gain rage. Can minions gain rage? I don't think so, right? They can't. Can minions PoE? Can minions gain rage? I don't think they can. Minions cannot gain rage. There you go. They cannot. Enduring cry is the war cry I use. Okay. Then that would just give you endurance charges and regen. Spectral Wolf and Fire Burst. They cannot work on AG from what I've heard, because AG cannot cast spells. So anything that triggers, like trigger this skill on hit, apparently would not work. So Fire Burst would not work. Fire Burst is something I've used in the past, and apparently it wouldn't work. So that was good to know. So for AG specifically, those don't work. Flat damage should work. Applying debuff should work. They can't gain rage, so this would not work. Chance for bleeding would honestly be fine if you give them chance for bleeding and increase physical damage, because the explosions do physical damage. So by giving the weapon, well, I guess like that's not a hit with this weapon though, so this wouldn't do anything. Fire, lightning, chaos. 3,000 armor and 3,000 ES. Jesus Christ. That is disgusting. That is a disgusting amount of base defenses. So that's easy, like 6k ward with the belt. Probably looking at 7k. Jesus Christ. 3,600 flat armor and 3,700 base evasion. That is disgusting.
I really must visit Teo Nui again.
If you're curious what he looks like, Bogda, you can come see. It's so funny. He likes. Okay. Let me invite myself to your map. I use that because I have the blood magic node.
Oh, he did. Okay. What do you mean? You use Enduring Cry because you have the blood magic nodes? Oh, okay. So you don't reserve your life. Okay, okay. That's to my eternal blessing, right? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So you switch between determination and pride, I think was the other one. But yeah, in terms of jeez, in terms of rune crafting options, so frost ice are options for you. Flat damage to allies is a good one too. Chance to explode burning enemies if you have a source of burning could be good. I know there was a support I remember looking at last league for fire that maybe could help. I forget the name. It's like it was a weird one. It was like immolate, I think. I think it's immolate actually. I think it's blue, right? Yep. This one adds, okay, it's added fire damage against burning enemies. I remember it had something to do with burning. Combustion. You can maybe give your AG combustion if you have the gem sockets for it, because it gives him a chance to ignite and it reduces res by 10%. So you do this, if he ignites them, then they are burning, and as such they could explode. So I guess if you were to put that on your AG specifically, using it in a loop, I mean, you can level up a combustion yourself and put it in the loop if you so choose. It depends on what's going in the loop already, and if you can find a spot in the loop for it. Any support gem can fit in the loop. I sent you the POB, right? Yes, I did. So I'm gonna close it, and now I'm gonna end my stream. I am tired. I have spoken for so long, and I'm going to be back tomorrow afternoon. Like literally in about 12-13 hours I would be live again. So I need to get my rest, and I need to just chill. We made a lot of currency from T17s tonight. I'm gonna probably sell those fragments, get my currency shards, and maybe invest it back into the build. I don't know. We still have some. Do we have anything we still need to get? I don't think so. GG's Chill Viking. Sorry for the it's fine. I don't mind. I like helping newer players because I was once a newer player, and I was a newer player like somewhat recently. So I know what it's like to have questions and almost feel like you have no one to ask, especially because like when I started, I didn't really have anyone to ask minion related questions. I kind of just had myself, and eventually I think Shinmoon found his way to my chats. Hex Master introduced me to PoE, so like he was there, but he wasn't really a minion. And I had some questions. Gazi had videos that answered some of my questions, so that was helpful. General question about the game, I learned it from like different content creators. I remember I learned about poison and like ignite and all of these things from Subtractem's one of Subtractem's videos. And I still very much remember the processes, like the basically periods where I was doing nothing but just studying the game. Like I was just trying to gather as much information as I could, because the game is very in depth. It's very hard to know exactly how things work, and of course Google is there, but there are some things that you kind of just have to ask. So I went through all of this because I started playing PoE December of 2022, so it's been less than 2 years at this point. So I went through all of that from like that December, and it's just been slow incremental knowledge since then, trial and error, seeing, oh, this works, this doesn't work, oh, this was a flop. Like I still have my failed builds even now, where it just doesn't, it in theory should work, but it doesn't work, and I can't figure out why. Like actually I probably can, but I can't figure out a way to get around the limitations that are there, is what I should probably say. But yeah, I all this to say, I don't mind helping. I'm very happy to. Kyoflam, I'm happy we're able to sort out your POB at least to a degree. I don't know that it's 100% accurate, but it's a good baseline to start off. At least from the point it's at, you can get you saw how I used it to see, oh, melee phase we should have more damage than Swift Affliction. You can now use it to at least compare like DPSs and see, oh, what would do more for your build than, you know, something else, that kind of thing. So you now have like a baseline to use off of, and maybe eventually you can find a POB that's from someone that made a similar build and see what it is that they potentially configured that we missed. And of course, it was really worrying that the numbers were so low. You know, I know the feeling. Config is very important for POB, and if you don't get it right, then it could be lower than it actually should be. And until you get those configs right, you just might be seeing a very low number. And sometimes it's very skill specific. Like it can easily be very skill specific. Because like the easiest example is literally my current build. If I were to show you my current character's POB, if I didn't know how to configure it, I'd have 0 DPS. I showed you that's like these configurations, but these are even these are the easy ones. These are the ones POB thinks you have access to. The hardest one to know for this is minion specific, is just to use 35 here and not 7. Look at that. Just knowing to use 35 there and not 7. It's like you can't see that anywhere. You just have to know, you know. So, and this is very skill specific. This is very minion specific. It's very the specific minion, you know. It's very Frostbearer specific. So Earthquake could easily have something like that. I know a number of skills that have that. I know like Caustic Arrow Ballista has that because of the overlaps, and Earthquake might have it if it has overlaps. I don't know. But yeah, all this to say that there's probably stuff for missing, but at least you have the baseline. And if you know, if I figure out something that helps, or if I can figure out something to help the next person who might have an earthquake related question, then it's not worth it. Anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. For now, good night.